strike back by the ashes of creation. Former CEO, former head of Ashes of Creation, Steven Sharif, and some other legal filings related to this disaster. And as part of this, we are joined by Nafaz QS. Welcome to the show, Nafaz. How you doing?
Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure. My pleasure. And everyone's here is glad to have you. And let me get some messages here while we start. Exo Smiling, welcome as a new member. And then Yokai Watch bracelets it away because exams now relax with a live. Yeah, this should be pretty relaxing. This should be very chill stream. So Nafaz, I'm going to pull up your channel right here, but you want to get into, because I learned about this from my chat and from people that are fans of your channel and other channels that have been covering this that said, hey, can you talk about this? And once I looked at it, the rabbit hole is so deep. But I want to know, how you got into it initially and how you got so deep on this issue.
So just like most people, I was a buyer into the game, the idea of the game. So I spent personally $250 back in 2022 to get into the alpha phase of the game. And then, of course, when the whole thing imploded in the span of less than 5 minutes on a random Saturday night, right before the month of February, I was scrambling around like everybody else. I had no idea what was going. I had been invited to the Intrepid Studios creator program, but there was this deafening silence. We just knew that there were employee layoffs. We just knew that there were some random things happening that no one expected. Even the employees didn't know, seemingly, what was going on. So just like everybody else, I was covering it. I was like, okay, let's make a few videos about what we know so far. We found public records that had surfaced about a year ago that had kind of been swept under the rug by, I suppose, the hype train of the product. So many people were excited for the product that they were willing to overlook, like the red flags or what people were bringing up to the public, in the public space. So we found out about the liens on the company name. We found out about his brother selling Ashes Creation merchandise, which we'll get into later, because there's an interesting story behind that as well. So I was covering it, and then, I started reaching out to people. I'm reaching out to employees. I'm also reaching out to the volunteer moderators, trying to get their stories. And then suddenly I get this random email, I think it was 2.5 weeks ago, from somebody who claims to have been an investor. And it's from a public court filing with Yaya Legacy Trust. This guy claimed to be Jason Caramanis. And I was like, okay, well, there's a bunch of people claiming to be everybody. I've asked for people to verify. Usually they don't get back to me with an answer. But this guy did. So we had a phone call, we had video calls. He showed me a lot of documents. He let me process 383 pages of text messages, not all of which are in the videos because most of it's not even relevant to Ashes Creation. This guy, I verified a few other things like his background and everything, his identity, and he does not have I think one green flag for me was he does not have the technical aptitude. No offense to him to like fake text messages or Photoshop.
Sure.
He doesn't know what Discord is. So I was like, okay, let's
you got the boomer. Okay, legit boomer. Got it. Yeah.
Right. So let's dive deeper into this. And then what I found was more than likely, like 99%, and I always say allegedly, right, just in case.
Allegedly, yes.
Right, alleged. All this information that was never public. So we broke the news. Things blew up. Everyone started catching on to the video. And then that's when employees started reaching out to me. And I think we'll talk about that video here pretty soon.
Yeah. And I think that's really interesting because the video you did here, which I recommend everybody goes over to his channel and watches. I'll pull this one up right now for you guys. Is this video, the Ashes of Creation was never going to come out. I found this one absolutely fascinating because he goes through and interviews all these employees and he numbers them. There's employee A, B, C, D, H, right? And they all seem to have, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but they seem to have different impressions of Steven.
Correct.
Right now, some of them, they said, hey, he was a nice guy. He was friendly with us and he played Magic the Gathering with us. And we had potluck with him, right? But when you get comments or different ones about talking about what he was doing with the game, you get stuff like here with employee H, which I like this right here. We were forced into doing constant scope changes, grandiose pot fuel ideas dreamed up by Steven, dealing with his never-ending dog and pony shows we called the live stream.
Yeah.
Right.
And this guy actually gave
yeah.
positive testimony about Steven's character, by the way, right?
Right, but
So
that's a positive character, right? Positive character, but
not
from
his
a business
boss.
perspective, saying, Battle Royale was an epic waste of time and money and took advantage of investors who were completely clueless to game development, right? From a business standpoint, that just tells me everything I need to know. That for a long period of time, the resources were being mismanaged, right?
Yeah. I do want to clarify a couple things with the employee's testimony. So,
sure.
Because a lot of people are saying, oh, these are all contradicting each other, or some of it's contradicting each other. These are from a wide, like employees that had occupied a wide variety of positions, from bottom to top at different periods of time. So you're going to have, I think, like this is the most honest you can get, I feel like, from a person's perspective of what was going on, what Steven was like. And just as a clarification for your audience, I'm not a journalist. I'm not a professional journalist. Do I have a journalism background back from like 2011 or 2012? Sure. But my expertise is more in biotech and history. So when I say things like in this video, things like journalists don't say, like, hey, they said more things off the record. I'm trying to give people a hint that, hey, this is not everything that was told to me or like during it or after it. So I just want to get that out. Yeah.
Right. So it's not all the information, right? Because the employees, like you said, they're in different roles.
Correct.
And in certain roles, you might not normally run into the heads, or you might normally not go to a board meeting, even if they had them, which were, the allegations here. And what looks to me like is that the board really wasn't controlling the company for a long time until about the end of the company, right? So until about November, December, when it was when it was getting towards the end, the board was asserting more control. Maybe throughout 2025, they were slowly doing that, right? But it was more manifest towards the end. When I saw this comment, for example, here, and this just blows my mind, it was strange. I never saw the directors, no formal presentations or demos, right? So it's like that's something in a company where if you're working in a company, everybody is very aware of board meetings. Whenever I worked in multiple companies, there would be this drive right before the board meeting to justify our existence, and we'd have to come up with all these slides to show all the work we've done and what we've been hitting our goals, etc. And to never do that or hear about that or interact with them in that way is really abnormal for a company. So that's just something that jumped right out to me as bad.
Yeah.
So you've not had any, so from Steven, right? You've never had any personal interaction with him, or he's never tried to contact you or anything like that?
Not before this, but he did recently come by one of our live stream chats and probably spoke the most he's ever spoken since this whole thing. He said things along like, hey, I can't wait for Discovery. I'm glad Jason's calling you on stream and spilling his guts. He seems very confident in his case.
Countersuit.
Yes, counter lawsuit that you'll also be talking about here shortly, I believe. And
but even though Jason Caramanis is not necessarily a party to that,
he is vaguely mentioned.
Only in terms of TFE, maybe his relation to TFE, right? Because he has an interest in TFE. But just so you guys know, this is what we're gonna kind of be getting into here in a second. This is the lawsuit, the counter lawsuit that Steven Sharif has now filed in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California. Himself personally, right, as an individual, and derivatively on behalf of Intrepid, which it's questionable his right to do that, but okay. And then against Robert Dawson, Ryan Ogden, Teresa Fett, Aaron Bartles. These are all board members, I believe. And then TFE Games Holdings, which obviously is the company that foreclosed on Intrepid and now owns the assets and all the IP. So this is very interesting because, we have, parallel to this, we have lawsuits that are going on in Nevada, right? And this is the one that to me, maybe we can talk about briefly first. Oh, wait, sorry. Let me get this one over here. We've got the Nevada lawsuit, which is TFE in Clark County. So that's Las Vegas. against Steven Sharif and John Moore. So in this lawsuit, they're pretty much going after them personally. Steven Sharif and John Moore, once again, that's his husband, who was working, I believe, was it the CFO or the COO?
CFO.
CFO.
Yes.
Right. Which to me, I just, those roles of, okay, your husband is a CFO and money is missing. Right. That to me just screams conflict. Right.
Absolutely.
And potential issue here. And especially when there's a lot of money that's unaccounted for. In your review of the accounting, now let's talk about that for a second. Because you've looked at some of the accounting documents, correct?
Yes, basically most of it. I also brought in the professional accountant in to look at it, and there's a lot of red flags everywhere. If these accounting sheets are to be believed, yeah.
So in the source of the accounting, is that as part of the discovery in the initial lawsuits, or what was the source of the accounting document?
This was Jason again.
Jason Caramanis.
Yes. He's not part of this lawsuit, as you pointed out earlier.
It's a separate lawsuit.
Correct. He's going to be filing a separate lawsuit in Southern California as well. And this is going to be on top of all the other lawsuits for the Warren Act violations from the employees.
Right. So assuming that those documents are real and they're going to be entered into evidence, that would be very, very bad. And as part of those, I think going over that, some of the big red flags that I clocked were no personal investment from Steven, right?
Not that we know of.
Right. So and once again, that's a big thing that he was telling a lot of the employees. If you go to the employee interviews, he was repeatedly saying, I'm investing my personal money in this. I believe I liquidated my crypto statement about that.
Yep.
Right. So they can, hold those against them in their proceedings.
Yeah.
So let me just go real quick. This lawsuit against Steven. So this is the one that is in Nevada, right? And they're trying to go against him for a lot of things, but mainly breach of fiduciary duty. So, saying, hey, you had a fiduciary duty to the company. You had a duty as an officer to manage and control the books. You breached that by refusing to turn over company records, right? Despite the fact that Intrepid now owns this. You're now preventing us from paying on our employees or making required third-party payments. And, that's an issue here. So this is a big lawsuit against Steven personally. And I think this one came before, this one came on the 11th. So this came right before he filed his counterclaim.
Yes.
So, I mean, looking at this, I mean, I would just say, he breached his fiduciary duties by authorizing and causing the payment of approximately $17,400,000 in unauthorized personal or excessive expenses from January 1st towards January 1st, 2016 to January 31st, 2026, the misappropriations. Not limited to excessive personal loans to certain shareholders with no documentation and no repayment, direct transfers to shareholders with no stated business purpose, direct transfers to miscellaneous accounts with no stated business purpose, and D, miscellaneous personal expenses charged to Intrepid's credit cards or defendant Sharif's personal credit card that was reimbursed by Intrepid. And then going into the commingling of personal accounts and QuickBooks and commingling between the Intrepid accounts. So with the documents you look through the accounting documents and such, I mean, do they more line up with the narrative that's being told in this Nevada lawsuit?
Yes, it looks to be that way from the documents that we got access to. There was and this is public information at this point, so there was a very suspicious, for example, $200,000 withdrawal to a personal checking account under John Moore after a $500,000 deposit by Jason into the Intrepid checking account. We also saw other transactions that may not even be business expenses at all. And according to several employees, they had to go to the CFO, John Moore, to try to get him to give up his credit card for like software purchases or company expenses. It's not. It seems like it's implied that it was his personal credit card. So it's like, why are you using your credit card to cover company expenses? That's kind of weird. You should probably have a credit card for the company, not just yourself. So how are you going to pay yourself back though? Right. That's the question there too.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have some small incidental expenses now and then on a personal credit card that you might accidentally use, but a routine use of a personal credit card for reimbursement is an accounting red flag. I mean, and should not be done. So this goes into a lot, and let me just pull this back up again for a second. Upon information and belief, between 10 million to 20 million of the 130 million raised by Sharif for the development of Ashes of Creation was not used by defendant to develop AOC, but was instead used for personal expenses.
Yeah, the crazy thing about this range of 10 to 20 mil, that could go up because from what I know, they just got very recently the financial books and records. They never had access to it as a claim until this month. So they're still looking through it as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. That to me is absolutely crazy. And when they say, this is breach of fiduciary duty, this is a loss and misappropriation of corporate assets, I think that's an understatement, to be completely honest. And then they go into breach of contract, right? So he had shareholder loans of approximately $362,000. Just absolutely massive amounts. Another one for breach of contract for $6,600,000 against Moore. And then we've got unjust enrichment in total of unauthorized transfers for $4 million with no documentation. I mean, these are massive numbers.
Yes.
And let me go here. Here we go. Upon information belief, defendant Sharif caused Intrepid to take out a loan to purchase real property located in San Diego, California. Yep. I believe this is his personal property, right?
Correct. It was his mansion that he often live streamed from. So the mansion, or the interior of the mansion, was often in the background, which I think convinced a lot of people that
he's going to claim it.
This guy's very rich. So
he's going to claim it as a business expense because he streamed it. He was able to stream from his living room.
Maybe.
No, that's not how it works. That's definitely something that's a red flag. So it's like he used Intrepid's investments as revenue to obtain a loan to purchase the mansion, and he sold the property for $8.5 million and did not repay Intrepid for the loan and retained the profits from the sale for himself. So this is the profits they want to try to disgorge there. Absolutely massive. Then another Sharif making transfers to Moore totaling almost $6 million, $5.9 million, with no documentation. And once again, just absolutely crazy amounts. Absolutely crazy amounts. Let's see what else we got here. Do you got injunctive claim for relief and delivery of company records? You've got conversion, which is essentially like theft. And you've got attorney's fees they're trying to go after as well. So this is a massive lawsuit in Nevada that's pending against Steven Sharif. So to me, I had heard about this one coming, and I was like, this guy is just absolutely done. So I was shocked when I saw there was a counterclaim.
Yes.
And what he's trying to pitch for his counterclaim. So we're going to read through this counterclaim. I want to read through at least the beginning section of this, because I think it's kind of worth going over, like Steven trying to defend himself and whether or not you think that's legitimate.
We'll see.
So interrupt me at any time here. You want to jump in. So plaintiff Steven Sharif, an individual on behalf of himself and all the other shareholders in Intrepid Studios by his undersigned counsel, alleges against Intrepid Studios, which is now owned by TFE, Robert Dawson, Ryan Ogden, Teresa Fett, and Aaron Bettles, the board defendants, and TFE Game Holdings. This lawsuit seeks to stop Intrepid's rogue board of directors from intentionally destroying the company, including through layoffs of its nearly entire workforce, through manufacturer crises, and through bad faith foreclosures on secured loans. The board defendants intentionally sabotaged Intrepid to steal its assets, including its most valuable assets, its IP and trade secrets. The IP was developed under the leadership of plaintiff Steven Sharif, a shareholder in Intrepid, its visionary founder and creator of the MMORPG Ashes Creation. I will just say throwing in visionary there was a little bit of a
a lot of people have been pointing that out. Like, why are you describing yourself as visionary? It's something other people usually give to you.
It's a team effort there, and this was something that was being worked on by a lot of people, not just yourself. And once again, I kind of laughed at this because to me the narrative here is, okay, this is this rogue board of directors, but we're going to see a timeline that really only starts developing in 2025, the last year, really effectively the last year. They ended in early 26, of the company, when the company's been around 9 years.
Right.
So saying your board hasn't been, is a board that suddenly is doing something, is probably doing something because you fucked up that much. Right.
Yeah.
And maybe in the past they let you slide on it because they weren't paying attention to what you were doing. But there's a certain point at which the board, especially as investors, which is very, very common, that the board is made up of the stakeholders, the biggest stakeholders, the biggest investors, that they're going to step in and try to save their investment. Because as much as Steven can say, well, this is a game and it's about fun and magic, it's a company, right? And companies are about money, and products and deliverables, right?
What's interesting is this is very contrary to all the claims he has made throughout the years since 2017, that there's no outside investors, there's no board of directors. He said this on hundreds of live streams, hundreds of developer updates, hundreds of posts online, saying, hey, we're never going to be beholden to a board of directors. So it was very shocking to a lot of people in the gaming world when suddenly there's a board of directors that has surfaced seemingly out of nowhere.
Right.
Yeah.
When it's never been a thing before.
Right.
Yeah. So let's see. Plaintiff has dedicated more than a decade to developing Ashes of Creation, including its world, lore, gameplay system, software architecture, and proprietary development tools. The gaming community has, and by the way, I'm going to see, the one thing I wanted to see in this is if at any point he claims to have given his own money, because this is a statement that he seemed to consistently make listening to your videos. The employees were under the impression that he was giving his own money.
Yes.
And I think the public was under that impression as well.
Correct. He made it seem it was unlimited budget as well, which is insane.
Right. There's no unlimited budget. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Right. It may seem unlimited, but that's because the money's coming quick. And when the money comes quick, you get a little bit drunk on the possibilities. So let me continue with this. I'm tracking this document and seeing if anywhere in here he makes that claim. Because if he does not make that claim, then it's pretty much an admission that was bullshit, right? If he's not saying, hey, look, I've got this, because what he'd be doing there, if he said that, he'd have to back that up in discovery and he'd have to, make sure he's not making a false statement. But if he didn't do that, then he certainly wouldn't put that in there. But anyways, the gaming community has been anxiously anticipating the full release of Ashes of Creation for years. Defendants well understood that the success or failure of Ashes of Creation would be exceedingly public and personal to plaintiff. Okay, it's like personalizing it to his feelings.
Yes.
They also understood that its success would be exceedingly profitable. It's a business. The board defendants took steps to ensure that they alone profited from that success at the expense of plaintiff, derivative plaintiffs, and Intrepid as a company. Beginning in 2024, defendant Rob Dawson, Intrepid's principal lender, once again, he's a lender, so he has a stake here, embarked on a campaign to extort control of Intrepid from plaintiff and ultimately strip Intrepid of its assets, including its groundbreaking IP and trade secrets, for Dawson's own use and financial gain. Through repeated threats to withhold funding for payroll, to shut Intrepid down, to financially ruin plaintiff, and even physically harm plaintiff, Dawson and okay, I'm going to tell you a little secret here, Nafas.
Okay.
You can copy paste this. This is a common error with redactions. This is like the worst redaction ever. So I think it won't hurt anybody to say it's a secret agreement, right? Because I this won't violate anything. I can say it's a secret agreement that they want to keep secret.
Yes.
So there was a secret agreement. Okay. This is the same they did that with the Epstein files too. It's like you just copy paste and get it out of here. It's like
they're not actually redacting, they're just highlighting it.
Black bar, lazy black bar. Elected himself LLL redactors. Elected himself to the board and cherry-picked additional board members who would do his bidding. These board members are defendants Ryan Ogden, who is a duly appointed chief financial officer, Teresa Fett, and Aaron Bartles, who collectively are the board defendants. So to me, I'm going to stop here real quick. This is what you do on the board. If you control the board, you elect people on the board that are on your side. Like, I don't know what Sharif is like. Has he not ever worked with a fucking board before? Like, that's how a fucking board works. There are a bunch of people that are there by the majority people, and they're paid to do their bidding, right?
Right.
That's it. They're not necessarily always going to be working for the enjoyment of gamers.
Correct.
Right? They're working to make sure their investment pays off. Now, I would argue that if you're making a game, it is smart to please gamers. You know?
Sure.
that one usually tends to make money.
Right.
Right. But at a certain point, if you're in kind of this development hell where you've been going on forever, you have to eventually deliver a product. And there can come a time if you're dicking around for too long, to use a legal term, right? Where there's like, all right, let's go. We need to make some money. And that's not unreasonable at all from a board perspective. So the board failed to fulfill their fiduciary duties to the company. And so they engineered and executed a plan to strip Intrepid of its assets and transfer those assets to a Dawson-controlled entity, TFE, of which they are likely also members, and to misappropriate and claim ownership over Intrepid's intellectual property, trade secrets, and other things. So once again, a entity acquiring a company, kind of as a the investor entities acquiring a company, that's not necessarily impermissible, right? Okay. That does happen very often. You can have an entity that maybe had a 3-2 split or let's say they had a board of 5 and the interests are like 60-40 between two entities, and one entity buys it out or takes the majority of the assets. Like that does happen, right? And there's legal ways to make that happen. It isn't presumptively illegal. But there are things you can do as part of that might be illegal. But let's keep going. Deliberately starving Intrepid of cash to manufacture justification for foreclosure. To me, it's like maybe they were deliberately starving them of cash because they knew he was misappropriating funds.
Right. And I'm kind of curious what your legal take on this would be. Like, right. I don't know about Californian laws. If it's,
and I'm not a California lawyer, to be clear. Right. I can do federal law and Florida law, but I know a little bit about, especially about corporate stuff. So,
but I wouldn't think refusing to keep investing in a company or product is necessarily crime in itself, which is what's being claimed here.
It's not, unless there's a specific, like, for example, if they had some sort of specific like loan disbursement schedule and they were supposed to disperse a loan on a certain schedule, and they didn't do that, that could be a problem. But they don't have an obligation, like you said, to continually and endlessly pour their money into a project.
Yeah. And I think the bigger claim with this one is when they say starving of cash, starving Intrepid of cash, they're saying they didn't want to pay the workers. That's the bigger claim, I think, that's being issued here, I think, by Steven. And I'm not sure if that's also in the illegal area.
The investors don't have to pay the workers. You should have managed your funds appropriately as a company so you can pay your workers, right? If you've gotten into a position, which is what I talked about the WARN Act, where you're having to terminate employees because you don't have money and you're not giving notice under the WARN Act, you have not budgeted properly for your expenditures, right? That's a budgeting problem, and you effed your budget, right? And you've got no sort of rainy day fund or sort of overall operating funds to do that. That's on you because you mismanage your funds. Thank you, Jaffa Greg, for 5 New Zealand. So here's a few bots to put in the swear jar. Oh yeah, sorry, I gotta pay up in the swear jar today. The swear jar is getting pretty full here, guys. I can see you need a few satang dropped in there tonight, Kun Andrew. I know this is pretty spicy. And when it gets into corporate stuff, once again, having worked in the corporate world, like I see this and it to me jumps out as, okay, this is really odd behavior. And this is the behavior of companies that I saw that were going to be insolvent, right? And we're dealing with insolvent companies. So if we're dealing with like a potential bankruptcy situation, right? So the board would not be liable for that, and they would only be actually liable if they had board meetings. No, I mean you might even argue that you could argue that the board might be held more in breach if they had zero meetings ever, and they never tried to do this, right? And they never tried to redirect a ship. And obviously they're going to have their own perspective on this, right? So this is Steven's perspective. So the board is going to have their own perspective. So the board might, I don't want to this is speculation, right? This is total speculation, but from their perspective, they may say, okay, in 2025, we noticed he was mismanaging money. And therefore we decided to take a more active role as a board. And I think if I was on the other side making their case, that's what I would say. Bald Eagle for 10 says Sharif is trying to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to run with the money he stole and keep the IP so he can sell it off to another studio down the road. He's lucky the IRS hasn't come in yet. Oh, they will eventually. Eventually they will come.
Yeah, one of the bigger claims by the TFE people are that he reported the loans as revenue on his tax filings.
That's going to be some IRS.
Yeah,
issues.
That's going to be an IRS for sure.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue here. Attempting to divert revenues owned by Intrepid to accounts controlled by TFE and Dawson, attempting to execute a wrongful Article 9 foreclosure in favor of TFE's junior secured lien without notice to senior secured creditors. And this was all done with the goal of leaving unpaid debts and existing shareholders with Intrepid while continuing to develop or sell and profit from ashes of creation through a new TFE entity. Well, the foreclosure's already happened. So that's already been, that's already water under the bridge. So a judge already adjudicated that. If they're trying to go back and reopen that, that would be very interesting. And to me, it's like, why wasn't that information produced originally, I guess. And so that's an interesting question. So when plaintiff objected to the foreclosure and alerted a senior secured creditor to defendant's scheme, defendants realized their plan had been unraveled and they abruptly wrongfully terminated nearly Intrepid's entire workforce. So that's the WARN Act, right? Now, from what I heard though, Navaz, the order of operation was Steven resigns and then the WARN Act goes out after?
Yeah, that's what Steven says.
That's what Steven says.
Correct. According to some employee testimony, he had apparently resigned on the 19th of January.
Okay.
But everybody else knew about it between the 28th and 30th of January.
And they got the notice from some sketchy email. Was from somebody that nobody knew.
It's actually you're probably familiar with the term nihil dicet, right? He says nothing. That's a legal term, I believe, in Latin that says you didn't respond. That's pretty weird. Nobody knows who it is still. Nobody knows who sent it, whether it was an employee or Steven or John or the board. Yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, sorry. And let me answer that question. Someone, Digital TO is asking, can the board call a board meeting? Yes, the board can call a board meeting, right? Yeah, so the board can call a board meeting. So you can say perhaps that they're culpable as well for not calling meetings, right? But once again, we need to get into why weren't they calling meetings? Was that because they're being privately reassured by Sharif? They were getting calls from him, and saying, "Oh, we don't need a board meeting, we don't need that," and being talked down or getting some sort of other like informal updates. So we don't know about that. At least we don't have solid information from discovery. Anyways, he goes on to say defendants' actions signified to the public a complete collapse of Intrepid, and they triggered severe and intense public scrutiny regarding the apparent failure of the game, treatment of the employees, and plaintiffs' perceived role in both. Defendants intentionally set up plaintiff as a scapegoat to face the backlash alone, including by intentionally filing a false corporate disclosure listing Sharif as the sole board member and plaintiff's husband, John Moore, as the chief financial officer. Even though Ogden was duly appointed financial officer and all the board members were. Oh, now this is a little bit interesting because from my understanding, he was the financial officer. Maybe there was a point at which they removed him and they filed the false disclosure after they removed him.
So I think there was a corporation filing in April 2025 where Ryan Ogden appeared as CFO along with Steven Sharif as CEO. But then I think, was it December, I believe, 2025, John Moore, I guess, went back to being CFO instead of Ryan Ogden.
Okay.
Right. So we have those two documents.
It's possible they could have, either made a mistake. That is possible. They could have made a mistake there, or they could have flipped that role back. It could go either way. They did this for no other reason than to conceal the identities of the board of directors and insulate them from public fallout. Well, that's not. You don't always make your board of directors public. That's not a. Yeah. Let me just stop that. Since destroying Intrepid, defendants have been actively soliciting buyers for Ashes of Creation, inclusive of, except for, by the way, if you have mandatory filings where you have to file, like mandatory filings, you have to disclose them, right?
Sure.
But that doesn't mean you necessarily need to put it on your website, for example, right? Since destroying Intrepid, defendants have been actively soliciting buyers for Ashes of Creation, inclusive of Intrepid's intellectual property and trade secrets. In an attempt to salvage their own financial exposure. They have also been publicly defaming plaintiff to the gaming community. Now, this is interesting because that's the thing that's been floating around a lot, and I've seen a lot of guys talking about defamation. What do you think about that? Because to me, and I'll take this away for a second to let you opine on this. But to me, reading court documents and reading and going over evidence and reviewing stuff, even if it's evidence that, it is submitted by one party, if you caveat that and you give the explanation, hey, this is submitted by Jason Caramanis, he's an investor, right? To me, that's not defamatory because you've got what is being presented as the facts in front of you, right? And you're just presenting on the facts. But I want to know, because some people say Sharif is being defamed and people need to be careful.
Well, I guess if Jason's allegations are true, then it's not defamation, right?
Yes.
So,
yes.
And he seems very confident. I mean, he's willing to be very public about it. He's an open book, as he says. So I don't think there would be a case of defamation if he's this confident before a lawsuit, even, to spill everything about what he knows about Steven. This is actually the first mention of Jason Caramanis, which he's not named, weirdly enough, in this lawsuit from Steven. Yeah, but he's kind of vaguely referred to, like, oh, these guys are defaming me. Oh, this random guy introduced me to Rob Dawson. That's both Jason. So it's going to be interesting. I don't think there's a case for defamation here. But maybe there's, we're still missing. Yeah.
And I don't think Sharif is going to go around and sue a bunch of YouTube creators that he thinks are defaming him. I don't think that would do his public image any good. And
he could try, but I don't think
try.
I
don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, a lot of people have been worried for me, like, oh my God, what if he tries to sue you or I don't know, slap back? I'm like, I don't care. Go for it.
Honestly, it would just probably make you more popular.
Sure.
Because you'd get sued once again. You're getting like a bad face suit from a game developer, and the headline on that is game developer tries to crush dissenting voice, right? Or just like reviewer here.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, you're doing it very methodically. You're doing it very professionally, and you're going over the facts of this.
Yeah.
So you're an excellent source of information on this. And I think it's you try to do it in a neutral way.
Yeah, I've never been sued for making videos. I haven't even been sued by a game dev company that I didn't part on good terms with either. So
yeah,
it's fine.
You're good. You're good. Ace
Yeah.
an extra 5 pounds says legal mindsets pretends to be a nice guy, but has a weapon of mass destruction on display behind him. Just as a reminder,
What's up,
Nick's doing all good today. She's doing all right. She's got a hat. She's doing all right. She's not gonna hurt anybody. Not today. All right. Let's get back here to the action. So saying defendant's conduct, so that's all the Dawson, all the members there, have harmed the company and Steven Sharif and poses a continuing and imminent and existential threat to the company. I think the company is already pretty cooked.
Yeah.
To this action, plaintiff, both individually and on behalf of Intrepid, seeks damages based on defendant's efforts to sabotage Intrepid and its work as one of the most ambitious gaming projects ever developed. It's just like this just like flowery language, like one of the most ambitious ever developed. It's just so like self-aggrandizing. Plaintiff also seeks injunctive and equitable relief to remedy harm to Intrepid and derivative plaintiffs from defendants' continued efforts to irrevocably destroy the company in pursuit of their own greed. Sometimes greed is good, guys, and not necessarily illegal. Okay, so that was what we had there from the intro, and let me see if I can get any other little snippets of this that I think are very relevant. Steven is trying to capture that intellectual property. So if you go back here, and this is a further one in the general allegations, right? He puts himself. Here, Steve. So Sharif founds Intrepid, fosters Intrepid's creation of IP and trade secrets, and obtains early financing. So he puts himself in this position, kind of painting himself as the IP owner in this narrative. Saying he's a lifelong gamer, and prior to founding Intrepid, I'm just laughing. I'm like, okay, this is irrelevant. Like, this is an irrelevant fact,
right?
And prior to founding Intrepid, he participated in the gaming market as an avid consumer, taking a particular interest in MMO and MMORPGs. After years of experience with MMOs and MMORPGs on the player side, he was inspired to create his own game that would upgrade the player experience beyond what was available on the market. His original idea was stemmed from tabletop RPG concept, also created by Sharif, entitled Ashes of Creation. In creating his new inventive MMORPG, he sought to create complex and dynamic virtual game universe based on popular fantasy and science fiction themes. To realize his vision for Ashes of Creation, he set out to build deep and intricate systems that would present players with a greater degree of circumstances and responses to their actions, and as well as provide a positive player-to-player interaction not achieved in any other previous MMORPGs. I mean, that was what he sold to everybody. I mean, you're a potential buyer. I mean, is that kind of one of the buying points? Is all of this was the first time ever?
Sure. I was more interested in the ideas rather than the person himself, honestly. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people actually gave me a lot of hate for this when I was talking to him the time he came a few days ago when he came by our live stream. Like, hey, Steven, why don't you talk about your side of the story? I would love to share your side of the story. I mean, you were a visionary to a lot of people because he did enrapture a lot of people. He had a massive following. He still has a massive following. There's thousands of people still defending him, even though more and more coming out. It's not casting him in a good light. So yeah, I mean, I think it'd be more than fair to say that his proposals or ideas for this IP captured a lot of people's attentions, including mine.
Got it. By the way, Physics Meerkat, welcome as a new member. Appreciate you joining. Okay, so the Passion Project gained traction and became MMORPG in most anticipated MMORPG in 2020, 2022. Public excitement about the development of the game was further fueled by his innovative development approach, in which he fostered open dialogue with Ashes of Creation's potential user base. I stopped. I'm like, is this really unique? I mean, people talk to their users.
Right.
He's not the first person to develop a game by listening to players.
What's your opinion on the flowery language used in this lawsuit so far? It seems a little abnormal.
It's a little bit much for what he's going for, and it paints him into this. Once again, it kind of paints him into this kind of singular role for crafting this and making this happen. It doesn't mention a lot of the others that would need to be brought on to make this happen. Not to mention the initial funding, right? Without the Kickstarter funding, without that initial boost, he would never be able to secure separate loans. And to me, that's a massive thing. And also all the very experienced developers he brought on, because in your interviewing with employees, a lot of these people had a ton of experience, right?
Right.
So that's necessary to get things done. Not just, I've got this really cool idea, bro. Anyways, there were many concrete benefits to this novel. It's a little bit much, right? It's innovative development approach. Well, what is that? To just talk to the user base, right? Host live webinars. Okay, right? However, an abundance of player feedback contributed to an already iterative and lengthy process that is typical of MMO development. Prior to the early access in 2025, Ashes of Creation had been tested with players in 3 separate iterations. Following years were you part of any of this, the testing?
I did the Alpha 2 testing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you think when you played the Alpha 2?
I thought it was very unfinished. There definitely need to wait. I also have a lot of friends who invested invested like thousands of dollars into this.
Sure.
Some of them were also like, this is not ready yet. But I mean, I can see where the idea is going. I can see where the train of logic is going with some of these systems. So that's cool.
It gave you hope?
I think it gave a lot of people hope, even though it was very unfinished and people took a break from it actually and said, "Oh, I'll just test it later when they add more stuff or fix more stuff." So that was there
something that struck out to you as like the most cool feature that was going to come out, or one thing that kind of jumped out?
It felt like a lot of things all at once. So I don't think there was any particular thing that jumped out to me. Definitely the art jumped out for sure.
Art.
Yeah, the graphics, because they had made the switch from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5, which is the engine for a lot of games these days.
Following the iterative diligence, an early access version was released to the public in 2025, December, right? Through Steam, a popular gaming platform. Prior to the execution of Dawson and the board's illicit plan, Ashes of Creation boasted the highly unusual day 30 player retention rate of approximately 76%.
Okay.
So he's going through all this IP, these trade secrets that once again, he's framing this as stuff that, hey, I was the one to do all this. Audio and visual effects, models for characters, monsters, the environment, visual effects, text narrative, sound effects, animations, production assets, the confidential source code and technical implementation architecture, including server-side node logic, distributed event processing systems, dynamic resource allocation algorithms, balancing formulas, backend systems governing world persistence, territory control, and economic dependencies, design and implementation of server meshing technology and distributed networking systems, proprietary player versus player risk reward scaling algorithms and conditional reward modification logic implemented with combat and flagging systems, implemented node system engine logic, developmental tools used in the game creation, an event tool used to create open world events, wars, and caravan systems, an implemented seasonal environmental system as built by the engine, implemented trade caravan systems, including economic balancing and resource distribution logic, class implementation logic and stat balancing systems, and compiled builds, development pipelines, and infrastructure configurations and production environments. So saying essentially that these trade secrets were a secret. And let's see, and they had NDAs. Let's see here, and I want to make sure I don't read all the absolutely necessary stuff. But he gets back into, once again, here's the language once again. Right. Intrepid was Sharif's passion project. He provided early funding to the company from his personal funds. So there it is. That's what I was looking for.
Right.
So now he's put this in a court document. So
yeah.
Now I want to see Sharif, and if he contacted you or got this over to you or whatever, now I want to see him produce that discovery, because I want to see the funding that he put in there and showing for that, and where is that in the books?
Right.
And why is that not in the other version that Jason Caramanis provided to you?
Mm-hmm.
So how much did he provide? What form was it? Did he put it in $1 bills that were in an unmarked bag that nobody can track?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, though the wording is very open. I mean, what is early funding? Does that mean like you bought a website domain and you know what I mean, like for $5? Who knows?
Right. Yeah. He he paid somebody to help with the graphics for the Kickstarter.
Sure.
Right. Thereafter, in 2017, the company raised approximately $3 million in its Kickstarter campaign, demonstrating the outset of commercial value of the IP and trade secret materials. And by the way, a lot of those materials that he's talking about weren't even developed by then. They were that at that point, it was conceptual.
Mm-hmm.
During the initial phase of the company, the board of directors consisted of Sharif, John Moore, and Thomas Alkazan. That's because they didn't have investors, right?
Right.
So that's why. And when you get investors who are putting a lot of money in, they demand to be on the board. Starting in 2017, they began debt financing, much of which Sharif and Moore personally guaranteed. Doesn't mean they personally donated, but that means they guaranteed the loan. So in a case of default, they're liable for the loan, which I think is what they're dealing with now.
Right.
In 2020, the company acquired $6 million loan from Commerce West Bank pursuant to Federal Reserve's Main Street lending program. The loan carried a maturity term of 5 years and was personally guaranteed by Moore and collateralized by all of the company's assets, including its IP, which includes its trade secrets. Well, that's on him for collateralizing it that way. A year later, in 2021, one of the company's existing lenders introduced Sharif and the company to claimed billionaire Robert. Is this guy not a real billionaire? So now he's disputing his billionaire status? Okay.
I'm not sure where you got that from. Jason never claimed Robert Dawson was. This is where he kind of mentions Jason. One of the existing lenders introduced Sharif to Rob Dawson. So it's to my knowledge, Jason never claimed Rob Dawson was a billionaire. So I'm not sure where this is coming from.
Yeah, I see that. I see that there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me make sure everything's okay. Yep, we're all good on the back end. Awesome. All right. So Dawson continued extending debt to the company, continuously extended debt to the company from 21 to 2025. So this is where I think the what we're talking about before. Do you have an obligation to continually give money to the company? Well, no, he was probably giving that money on some sort of basis or based on some sort of promises, right?
Right.
So someone doesn't just give money infinitely, and that may have been an expectation after 4 years of getting money from this dude that he was going to continue to get just unlimited payouts from this guy. Dawson was originally cooperative and supportive of Sharif and his vision, and he held himself out as a confidant for Sharif. Dawson came up in the multi-level marketing space, and he was not a gamer, which is probably dangerous. And also the fact that he did MLMs, I mean, yeah, he's going to be about that money.
Right. A lot of involved parties are from MLMs, including Jason.
Which is very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say. Sacred Aura 61 said, do you think Jason shot his lawyer in the foot with his interviews and reveals? What do you think? I didn't hear everything, obviously, that Jason Caramanis told you, but I mean, if he's producing documents which are going to come out as part of trial, I don't think it necessarily would destroy his case, but I hope he spoke to his attorney before he disclosed a bunch of stuff to you.
I did advise him, hey,
you don't know.
Well, I don't know, but I did advise Jason, hey, make sure you're talking to your attorney about this, and I think he did at one point. I don't know if he shot his lawyer in the foot necessarily, but his lawyers, he said his lawyer's already preparing the lawsuit, and it's going to be apparently the biggest lawsuit that Jason's ever filed. So it's going to be interesting.
Nice. All right, I'll pay attention for that one. I'm waiting for those. So when it came clear the project was not going to turn as much profit as he'd hoped, his behavior towards Sharif changed dramatically. Well, it's like, okay, well, he was in this for the money. He wasn't a gamer. Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
He's an investor, dude. Unbound Valkyrie gifted 10 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you so much. I get a sound effect on that.
Yes.
received a gift, please say thank you to Unbound Valkyrie 9489. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the support of the channel. What you guys do is very great. We're gonna have a members only stream coming up very soon, where I'll maybe just do some reaction content, or maybe we talk about anime, games, other stuff like that. So if you haven't become a member, consider it and get those gifts. All right. Dawson's campaign of control and coercion. In late 2022-2023, a major video game developer expressed interest in acquiring Intrepid for hundreds of millions of dollars. I wonder who that was.
Jason is claiming it was Riot Games, the company behind League of Legends, Valorant.
Very interesting. Dawson urged Sharif to reject the proposed deal, and there could be good reason for that, right? Mm-hmm. In favor of continuing to develop Intrepid from the ground up under his financing. Sharif heeded his advice, rejecting the acquisition bid, and the acquisition discussions ended in early 2023. The acquisition offer, however, was a turning point in Sharif and Dawson's relationship. Dawson saw the company had very real potential for extremely high returns, and Dawson began a ruthless campaign for control of the company in order to realize these returns as quickly as possible, without consideration for the quality of the game and the typical development timeline of MMORPGs. That to me jumps out. Okay, so the typical development timeline of an MMORPG, does it typically take 9 years to develop an MMORPG? I mean, is that normal or standard?
It can, depending on the scope of the project. Mm-hmm. It seems to be an average of anywhere between 6.5 to 9.5 years.
Okay, so it was on the back end. It was on the longer end of the development timeline. Mm-hmm. But certainly not unreasonable to deliver within 9 years. Okay, that's fair. Oh, that's fair. All right. So from early 2023 through 2024, Dawson repeatedly held Sharif and then board hostage by threatening to withhold financing for employee payroll or health insurance funding days before payroll deadlines to shut the company down through litigation and to cause Sharif financial ruin and physical harm. This is really this one.
I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, that's a bold claim. I want to see where he's like, I'm gonna take you out back behind the copy machine and I'm gonna rough you up, buddy. I'm gonna take you out, with the Xerox, like whatever. And nobody has Xerox anymore.
Sure,
I'm a boomer, but it's like where like this is and he actually brings this up later where he claims all these physical ailments he's having and saying this is as a result of this. I think it might be a result of him realizing the castle is crumbling, and the house of cards is coming down. But the physical harm thing, you really need to back that up. And very, very interesting. And once again, unless there was some sort of a written agreement, which I would love to see, if there was an investing agreement where he agreed to put down certain amounts of money on a certain schedule, as an investor, if he's just dispersing these funds to you, on an ad hoc basis, he can withhold them for whatever reason he wants. He can just not, because he doesn't feel like it that month, right? Unless there was some contract that you're alleging he breaches, which I didn't see that claim in here that there was some sort of contract. So that to me is very interesting. Unless signed documents granting Dawson greater and greater amounts of equity and control. Well, that once again, an investor who's giving more and more to the company is going to want more and more control. That's how it works. In one example, Dawson demanded a warrant granting him 10% of the company for $10. Well, maybe that's factoring in past investments, right? So a lot of times, for example, there might be a situation where you've already contributed something. So I've done like property deeds where we deed property for $1, but that's because there's consideration of other work that's been done or something else has been transferred in lieu of that payment, right? Because there's been something that's been done before that. So it's not presumptively not okay. Sacred Aura gifted 61 gifted 20 legal mindset memberships. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the subs as well, Sacred. Appreciate the subs.
Sorry, I'll let you go. I cut you off there, Nafaz.
No, you're okay.
So yeah, thank you for that. Please say thank you for you get that 20 gift memberships. Appreciate that, Sacred Aura. And I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. If you enjoy this, make sure to like the stream and follow Nafaz on his YouTube channel. It is in the description. His channel's in the description, and it is in the pinned chat. So both places you can see that and go and follow his good work. CTV TAC 96 is your take on the substance of the allegation of treating loan and refi proceeds as business revenue to secure new roads, FINRA violations, wire fraud. It's possible, right? So it's possible. Once again, allegations, right? So I need to make sure that all those documents are factual, etc. But yes, if you are making intentionally false disclosures and you're trying to deceive other lenders, yes, there can be other consequences for that. And yes, some of those can be criminal. That's possible. Once again, I'm using the word possible, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Right? And I think as we see these things play out, we'll see who's telling the truth, right? Because we're going to get these documents that Caramanis surrendered to you will be entered into evidence, I assume. Or Steven, and the alternative, Steven magically has the records and he magically pulls out these accounting books that make everything make sense. So I guess I have to hold that out as a possibility that Steven somehow has the records that he hasn't turned over or can somehow validate this. But we haven't seen that. And to me, in the corporate world, that would be pretty miraculous. If you have the records that show that you did nothing wrong and that nothing was misappropriated, you would just produce those immediately. Okay. In other instances, Dawson demanded zero-cost, non-dilutable equity options in his convertible debt notes. Sharif and the then board acquiesced to Dawson's demands because they believed Dawson would make good on his threats and that refusing would result in immediate catastrophe for employees in the company. Dawson also required Sharif to involve him in all this discussions with the company counsel. Despite his outsider status, Steven falsely represented he was an agent of the company to retain company counsel. Now, this could get him in some trouble, but it depends on what was being discussed and what was going on there, right? Because there are certain discussions. I mean, just because you're talking with the company attorney doesn't mean everything is necessarily a top secret or a breach there. But if there were false representations made about his status, that there could be some issues there. As a direct result of his intentional and mounting pressure, plaintiffs suffered an extreme health crisis. Here it is, including hypertensive emergency and acute kidney failure, hospitalization, and vision loss from blood pressure complication. That's a lot, including macular edema. Plaintiff suffered long-term impairment from the health issues he experienced during this period. Dawson was privy to his health issues at the time, and he was well aware of the long-term impacts he suffered. So he's throwing in here essentially, and I believe, let me pull this down and scroll here for a second, but I believe one of his claims is actually intentional infliction of emotion distress, which I was just absolutely shocked by that. Let me see if that's here. Maybe it's not. Let me just double check here. No. Trade Secrets Act, fiduciary duty, corporate waste. Oh, here it is. Got it. Seventh claim for relief, intentional infliction of emotional distress. I mean, sorry, I got to play a clip here. Hold on.
Emotional damage.
Typically, you do not see that in a corporate lawsuit. Like, it's not. It's something that jumps out to me as really freaking odd. And he doesn't give specific. I mean, he gives the kind of a broad picture,
right?
But like, he doesn't give a specific basis. Like, on this day, this encounter was so physically, whatever it was, so this that it inflicted this on me, and with with malice or with the intent to do that. Very, very odd to see this, and this was one where I was like, this is a weird counterclaim. I'll read through this section just because this blows my mind. So The board defendants engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct directed at Sharif by directing defendant Ogden to file a false statement of information in order to shield the board defendants from any public fallout arising from their illicit foreclosure and subsequent illegal firing of all Intrepid employees, and instead to pin the blame wrongfully on plaintiff. Their premeditated plan to shield their identities from the public and let the plaintiff take the fall has ruined plaintiff's reputation in the community he has devoted his professional life to, destroyed his sense of safety and well-being, and has put him directly in the way of harm. So essentially saying by filing, and so filing a false, essentially board filing, the accusation, and this is the accusation, once again, not saying this is true, but saying the filing of a false statement was enough to inflict this severe emotional distress, including anxiety, fear, humiliation, loss of sleep, disturbance of daily functioning, and other symptoms of mental anguish. So very interesting. I'm just going to say this is a very interesting claim. I will say right now, unless he provides a hell of a lot of evidence, this thing is not going to fly. And I will say it's probably the 7th claim for relief because he's probably throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. To be clear, and I'll just go through the claims for relief now real quick, just because we're a little bit into the show, and I want to make sure we have some time to talk at the end. But the first claim here is the Trade Secrets Act. So that's saying, hey, you own trade secrets, and those were mishandled. And then you've got another misappropriation of trade secrets under California's Uniform Trade Secret Act. So a state claim related to the trade secrets. Then you've got violation of their commercial code, which appears to be by violating, proper notice to secured parties that had interests in the company, breach of fiduciary duty against the board.
A few moments later.
So very in there, especially if there were no board meetings for a while. And then aiding and abetting breach of fiduciary duty against the company TFE. 6 is corporate waste. So essentially saying they misappropriated funds and they were not acting in the best interest of the company. And then intentional infliction of emotional distress. That's 7. And then civil conspiracy. So saying they willfully conspired to directly or indirectly misappropriate or disclose their confidential and proprietary business information, trade secrets, and intellectual property.
What kind of evidence would you need to see for a successful infliction of emotional damage?
For successful intentional infliction of emotional damage, I would need to see something very specific by that with that filing was intended to have that impact physically, like an emotional, physical impact on Steven Sharif, right? Because it can be emotional damages are allowed for intentional infliction of emotional stress. It doesn't have to be physical damage, right? But saying they did that specifically to get him, right? Not for some other purpose, right? Some other whether it's a impermissible or shady purpose, you've got to prove that was intended to be inflicted on Steven, that they were filing that document to make Steven have a mental breakdown, essentially, to break him. And I think that's very difficult to prove. That a filing of a document and you've got to show essentially emails where they're like, hey, we're gonna really break Steven with this one. This one's gonna destroy his magical dreams or whatever else it is. Like, you'd really need a lot of text messages, emails, a lot of backup to show that the filing of a disclosure is intended to hurt somebody in that way, to an intentional degree, right? And this is not something that is secondary or residual. That's IIED, intentional infliction of stress. So yeah, that's where they lose me there. That's where he loses me. Now, maybe once again, this is all speculation. So maybe there's text messages and emails out there where these people say some evil stuff. Who knows? That's what the court's for. Same with civil conspiracy, by the way. With civil conspiracy, you're going to need to show that these guys were plotting, and you're going to need to show the this last eighth claim for relief. you're going to need to show that these guys were intentionally trying to misappropriate funds. And the thing is, when people are trying to do that, typically they're pretty careful about doing. I mean, sometimes they're sloppy, but typically people don't put in emails and text messages, hey, let's misappropriate funds here, right?
Mhm.
So you've got to have some backup for that. Now you can do it through accounting, you can do it through, hey, they violated these laws. But here's the thing, corporations can relatively innocently break laws all the time, right? You can file a corporate filing and make a mistake, right? So you might put the wrong party on there. So maybe, for example, like they mentioned the CFO, right?
Right.
You might have made a decision at a board to change the CFO and not reflected that on your disclosure and made a mistake. Those things happen, right? And that isn't necessarily the end of the world, and that doesn't necessarily mean everybody goes to jail, right? There might be a fine, there might be something else, but doesn't necessarily mean everybody goes to jail right away. Okay, so let me skip down here so we can kind of get to talking a little bit about this. But what he's looking for ultimately is an order enjoining defendants, so that's TFE, from accessing, using, or selling the company's trade secret materials. So he wants to lock down pretty much all the IP. Voidance of any corporate acts taken in violation of fiduciary duties or applicable law, including the wrongful foreclosure. So now he's trying to claw back the foreclosure of the company, which remember, the company's already been foreclosed on. Intrepid was already foreclosed on by TFE. So trying to claw that back is a huge thing.
Okay.
And voidance of any corporate act that might include his firing or resignation, right? Because he says he resigned, but we don't know whether that was a result of a board action.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be, once again, trying to put himself back into the driver's seat. Compensatory damages, consequential damages, punitive damages, and an order requiring the company adopt and implement appropriate corporate governance, compliance, and oversight, including removal of the board of directors from the board of Intrepid. So stripping the board, okay. Enhance board level oversight mechanisms, revised policies governing risk management, changes to executive compensation, clawback, or incentive structures, board and committee reconstitution or independence measures, a constructive trust, disgorgement of profits, attorney's fees, costs, and expenses. Once again, he wants these things.
Mm-hmm.
So he's suing them personally to claim these things, mind you. Costs of suit, pre-judgment, post-judgment interest, preliminary and permanent injunction prohibiting them from wrongful acts, including continuing misappropriation of trade secrets and engaging in similar misconduct. So he's trying to keep them from selling anything, which, there's from what little value is left. And any other relief the court deems just and proper. Filed February 15, 2026. So I'll stop our review there.
Okay.
So, I mean, overall, what did you think about the different kind of the presentation there and, the overall angle of the lawsuit?
I think the counter lawsuit definitely paints him as more of a victim and valiant defender of the IP for sure. I think there's an instance where he describes Robert Dawson standing over, or like being physically intimidating and forcing him to sign 30 to 40 pages of legal documents that he doesn't even know what he was signing. These are pretty insane allegations. I feel like,
yes.
And the claims that he kind of outlines in the lawsuit, like, I think it implies there's an implication where, okay, we're here, but how did we get here, right? Like, where did this board of directors come from? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, how did we get here? Like, he doesn't really mention all that. He just mentions, okay, these are the damages. This is what happened to me behind the scenes, allegedly, all that.
Yeah, he doesn't really go into the investors at all. Just generally how investors got involved and at what levels investors were involved. Because from what you understand, looking at the accounting, these are investors that were giving a lot of money.
Yes.
Right? And if you give a lot of money, you are warranted say in the company. That's very fucking reasonable. And I'll put some money in the swear jar for that one. Like it's very reasonable to want a seat on the board, or at least to understand the direction of the company. And if you see it going in the wrong way, to redirect the company in the right way. So, him getting mad about that, once again, it goes along with you interviewed the employees, and a lot of the employees, I don't want to, I'm going to use this word. I'm not going to put this word in their mouth, but they kind of describe him as a control freak.
Yeah, some of them do.
Some of them describe him as a control freak. And for somebody that is a control freak, a board that's trying to tell you what to do certainly is something that you wouldn't like.
Right. I think an interesting thing about those testimonies is that there doesn't seem to be any middle ground. Like, there's no one saying, oh, he's okay. There's people saying he's really great or really bad. So that I think was very interesting to me when I was listening to people talk and corresponding with them, for sure.
I think that's very telling too, because I think that kind of gives the two sides there, because obviously there's going to be people that could really defend him because they had a good personal reaction with him. And it seems like, by the way, there's one character that I noticed in all of this. One of the employees noted a personal friend of Sharif's that was hired.
A Mr. Tom.
Mr. Tom.
Which I think potentially might be the Tom Alkazan mentioned in Steven's counter lawsuit. Thomas Alkazan.
Yeah.
One of the initial shareholders.
Very interesting situation, because it was like this guy who's a personal friend. He ends up getting a lot of benefits that other people don't get, right? Including like remote work benefits. And he ends up compensated, from what you understand, at a level above everybody else. I believe, was it even, people were speculating twice of what other people were being paid, but
right.
It just seems like when he had that personal connection with people, he was doing more for them, right? Which would lead you to this picture when you go to Motive and you paint the picture of the company of, okay, well, he's doing a lot of this stuff for his husband here, right? And allowing him to misappropriate funds because he's doing stuff for his, the friends here. And, as you're closer to Sharif, you get more, benefits.
Right.
Yeah. Jaffa Greg says, maybe get mood eggs and earplugs, Mr. Potty Bell. Sorry, guys. When I go back into corporate malfeasance, I start cursing because it brings me back to my lawyer days at the law firm, when I would just get situations and I would just be like, what the is this? Because this is a situation where you don't get to a board that is threatening, or investors that are threatening to cut funding so you don't hit payroll, without there being more context there. And that's what I'd want to see as part of this lawsuit is, okay, well, how do we get to that point? Because that's not how it starts.
Right.
Like, not at all. Okay. So let's wrap up for today. But guys, I want you all to make sure you check out Nafaz and his channel. And can you tell the guys about what some of the stuff you may have coming up and some of the stuff you may cover on your next videos?
I'm still in correspondence with the investor that reached out to me, Jason Caramanis, and he wants to give more documents and more text messages. But he also wants us to wait for his lawsuit as well and see what's in there. I think we'll see some interesting numbers come out on the accounting side that I've seen, and I'm just I personally, I'm trying to stay neutral still. I'm still trying to give Steven the benefit of the doubt because I have no idea what his side might be. The counter lawsuit definitely. I don't know. What's your opinion as a lawyer in comparison to the counter lawsuit?
I just think the counter lawsuit is really freaking weak, and I think that the lawsuits that you look at, even the one in Nevada, against Sharif, right? That one gives very specific details about instances, contracts, secured loans that are breached, right? So you're looking at, okay, this specific thing was breached. Here it is. You owe this money. Where's the money, right? This money was misallocated, right? Where is that, right?
Right.
Very, very specific, very laser focused. Sharif, more vague. Aside from talking about that one secret agreement that he blanks out and other, he's got one or two other specific instances, it's more of a vague picture of corporate malfeasance. Okay, maybe they filed the disclosure wrong, one disclosure wrong. Not that strong of a case.
So what is the ultimate goal he has, you think, if you were his lawyer?
Well, there's two different sides of this. there could be things that were done wrong,
Right.
in the end, procedurally, maybe because they were rushing or they were doing things wrong. So it's possible they made mistakes at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to avoid any sort of procedural mishaps or some sort of preliminary injunction, he could be trying to get a settlement.
Okay.
So it could be pushing with some sort of settlement agreement with them. It could also be, and once again, to try to clear his name and paint his picture, right? Because now we know we are in the world, and that's my world,
Mm-hmm.
of lawsuits that are being covered on the internet. And when you have lawsuits that are being covered on the internet by people like yourself as well, you're covering this as well, and you're doing a really good job from a broad basis. You get a counter narrative to whatever your image was before. So now he's got this negative image, right? And now, Asmongold's covered my video, and other people,
Mm-hmm.
big channels, have covered this. Sharif does not look good.
Yeah.
He's got his defenders, right? Like you said, but overall, he's not looking good to the broader audience. When I look at most of my comments there, it's not good, right? For Sharif, he's not a hero in this story.
Mm-hmm.
And he could be trying to come back and paint himself as that. And he could be trying to salvage his career.
Okay.
Because this could be, I mean, if he has any chance to do anything in this field in the future, he's got to try to have his version of reality put out there. So it could just be to get that, and then ultimately, okay, he gets a settlement or something. But if I were them, I wouldn't settle with him over this. I would take this to the paint.
Yeah.
So it's a Hail Mary, but he might still want to be this big gaming guy in the future. He may still have this vision that he could come back and create another game,
Mm-hmm.
and that Steven Sharif is not done with gaming.
Interesting.
And he could genuinely believe that.
Okay.
Because there are people that are at that point of delusional belief.
I see.
And he may have, like I said, there may be some proof as to, once again, it's all allegations, but there may be some real things they did wrong procedurally, because he points out procedural errors.
Right. The foreclosure, I think.
The foreclosure, notices, stuff like that. That stuff happens, especially if you're rushing, and especially if your corporate counsel is not have proper time to consult with outside counsel or funding, right? To consult with outside counsel, you can file a disclosure incorrectly. That can totally happen. So I can believe they might have done some things wrong. That's very possible, but that doesn't necessarily mean like the overall attitude of the board was inappropriate. And it certainly doesn't mean that being greedy and just being, that line of being greedy and caring about money is necessarily a bad thing from the board's perspective, because that is indeed part of their duty to care about the finances of the company. And if you see the finances of the company are going like this,
Mm-hmm.
it's your job to pull it up.
Right.
And at a certain point, it is your job to liquidate the assets. There is a certain point when the company gets to a certain point, you have to consider, is liquidating the assets in the best interest of the company.
Okay.
If it gets to a certain point, like when you're on a down, that's like, and if a company is near bankruptcy, sometimes bankruptcy is in the best interest of the company.
Okay. I guess my last question for you is, what do you think is going to happen with the employees legally? Because it seems like, right, because they still need their compensation and pay.
They've got to be paid out.
Right.
Now, who's going to pay them out is the question.
Mm.
Right. So out of what pocket that comes, because that would presumptively come from Intrepid, right? Which is now owned by TFE Holdings. So if TFE Holdings is able to, disgorge enough profits,
Mm-hmm.
you had a letter, we didn't pull it up, from Valve,
Right.
where they were trying to get money from Valve. But they sent that letter on the 31st. The game was pulled off of Steam on February 3rd. So they really didn't get any money off of that.
Right.
But if they're able to get enough money from Steven, perhaps, or whoever else, then maybe they can go and pay those employees. And somebody's gonna have to pay those employees, right? And now, could they get in a situation where they get shorthanded? It's possible, right? Depending on the overall state of the company and what they have and their assets, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But I think TFE should come in a pocket for that if they've recovered enough.
Okay.
So, once again, that's an important thing, and California puts a pretty high standard for that as well,
Mm-hmm.
because this was a California company, I believe.
Yes.
So, they might get it, but the timing might take a while, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So, they should get what they're paid for. Now, are they going to get these bonuses? I mean, they can argue for it because they had these bonuses here that they were saying that they were owed. I'm going to pull this up again for you guys. I didn't show you this, but Steven Sharif promised them. This is pretty crazy here. Promised them bonuses that were ridiculous. Look at this bonus, right? You're making 55 to 70K. You're going to get 135 to 175 launch bonus, right? Up to, if you're making like 175K to 190, you're getting up to almost $500,000 here. I mean, this is an insane bonus.
Yeah, it is.
That was promised.
There's a legal disclaimer, right?
Let me go a little disclaimer on the bottom. Yeah, watch this. Disclaimer: this is not an employment contract and does not alter your at-will status as an employee. Company reserves the right to amend the bonus pool program at any time. Any payouts as part of the bonus pool may be impacted by unforeseen circumstances. So, they'll try to claim, hey, that's something that, it was unforeseen that we were going to go down. No, you guys knew this was going to happen. And that was shown to you at a time in which you knew your finances were in trouble. Kieran says, Sharif don't like it, rock the cast. Okay, that's a good one. All right. On that note, Nafaz, thank you so much, brother.
Thank you so much for having me and giving us your legal insight. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. All right, guys. Take care. Bye.
Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen,
what?
We got him.
I'll add you after here. Now we're in the post show, so we're off stream.
All right.
But yeah, good. Thank you for everything. It was really good.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much. And looking forward to talking to you about the upcoming lawsuit and so on. Appreciate it.
Anytime. And if you got any other materials or anything, feel free to send it over. And if you want me to do something for you or come over and comment on something, I'm happy to do that for you as well.
Sure thing. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Take care.
You too. All right. So that was interesting to hear a lawyer talk about it. Seems like the counter lawsuit doesn't seem like it's good or has a lot of merit to it from his perspective. I mean, I think maybe a second opinion from a different lawyer could say otherwise, but who knows, right? Yeah, I don't know. I've never followed him or watched his content or anything, but we had a mutual person, let's say, connect us. Thank you to that mutual person. But yeah, I think with his legal input on the counter lawsuit, I think I got a bit more insight into how fragile a couple of the claims are, especially the emotional damage. You had the question for LM: is a Steam launch considered legally binding with respect to the? Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think Kickstarter tries to say it's like the money you put in are investments. So per their policy, you're just kind of throwing money into the hole, which, regardless of what happens with the Steam launch or not, of early access or what, I don't think they're keen on giving back money. Ashes of Creation open source future looks high. But yeah, I mean, I should have asked that. My bad. If there's any other lawyers in chat. I know I've had a couple lawyers actually reach out to me as well. Not to like be on live stream or anything, but to kind of give their opinion on how insane some of the things are that we're seeing. I hope you enjoyed the live stream though. That live stream segment with Legal Mindset. I will also. We're also going to be watching a couple of videos on that. I think we're going to wrap it up a little bit. It was very insightful. I need to go use the bathroom real quick. I've been drinking so much tea. Thank you, Becca, by the way.
You're welcome.
You guys want to see the dog? Look at him. Ah! Like,
You just trip over the dog?
no, I almost fell over my chair. But I'll be right back, and then we'll kind of get back to the stream. Hold on, let me pull up these videos real quick. People have been sending me videos to react to. I'm like, all right, I mean, we'll look at it. Hug the puppers.
Manner.
I will.
I'll be right back real quick. All right, I'm back. But yeah, is there any? Let me just catch up on chat. I wasn't reading chat. You're squeak. Can you imagine being a lawyer in the top law firm and having to write this? Oh, the lawsuit. I mean, that'd be cool. Maybe I should go to law school and become a lawyer and just, you know what I mean? Go back to school. Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up. Personally, I think he's pocketed a fair amount and then stashed it in various other accounts whilst pleading poverty. I don't think you need to go through 50 hours of YouTube videos to understand the situation. I think there's only... I would only do like the first video where we broke the news and the most recent video with the employees, and that's really it.
I need to. Stop it. Ow.
But hopefully you guys are having a solid Monday. Yeah, that's Gurr in the background. But yeah, we're gonna watch a couple of videos that people want me to look at. I think that'll be it for today. Have you seen the Guild War II ferret mount skin? No, I have not.
What kind of showed it to us?
When was this?
It was in the pet channel.
Recently?
Fairly recent.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Yeah, I'll show it on stream. If you're thinking about changing professions, I noticed my cardiologist made $175 in 10 minutes. Actually, this was a long time ago when I was still like a kid. I did want to become a cardiologist or cardiosurgeon. So maybe, but I don't think I'm interested in the medical field at all. I mean, I'm so busy with other stuff, business-wise and startup-wise, and the only thing I feel like would be a benefit to me and family and close friends would be me going to like law school. I have degrees in biotech and history. My specific field of focus for history is the Second Industrial Revolution, but that's not a flight in the court of law. Actually logged into Ashes so that you can't even advance the main story quest because the starter area is so terribly bugged it forces you back to the very start. Okay, but yeah, let me show it. Hold on, let me pull this back up. Yeah, this is the ferret mount skin that people are talking about for Guild Wars 2, and Kaya shared it in our Discord server. It definitely looks like a ferret. They got the nails actually pretty fucking right. Interesting. The bayonet mask. I would say this is like a cinnamon coat. Becca says, I think it would be terrifying if a ferret were that big. Yo, what's up, D? Yeah. So,
Should I go get ferrets?
if you want.
When was the last time we even had a ferret on stream?
Ah, there we go. Gir's gonna follow you. Yeah, we have a lot of animals. We have 4 chickens, 4 hens specifically. We have a dog, cat, ferrets. I kind of want to get jellyfish, but I need to research a lot more into the tank and all that shit.
They have themselves like wedged in the tunnel.
Oh, there they are. And Gur, well, hold on.
Look, oh, monkey.
Sit.
He says, "But my ferrets."
Okay, hello. Animals. Would I ever get a cow? I think Becca wants a Highland cow.
A Highland cow, but we need more property for that.
Now, kid. These are both female. This is a very abnormal female. Very big female. I've never seen a female this big.
Quit body shaming her.
But these are going to be our last ferrets. Long girls. My step-grandparents had so many chickens they would give everyone they need free eggs weekly. I think we're getting to that point too,
Yeah,
with
we
our
are.
4 hens. Grr, what are you doing?
Stop. Sit.
Oh yeah, Rosie Tulip.
Sit.
Rosie's old. She's like
5 this year?
6. Hold on. 2023, she was about 6 months, 7 months old. So no, it's 2021. Sorry. So
5.
5 or 6.
5 this year.
5.5. Tulip, she's, what are you?
She's a
2?
year old.
2.
No, you're right. She is
She's
2
2.
now.
Are ferrets good pets? They're low
depends.
maintenance in some aspects, but you definitely need to research.
I don't know if I would say they're low maintenance. A lot of people will get ferrets and treat them like hamsters or guinea pigs
Yeah.
and just keep them in their cage. That's actually not good for them. They need the exercise, they need the exploration, but you also really have to ferret proof your space. Oh, these sweet babies.
They can also have health issues
Yeah.
depending on what you're feeding them.
And Marshalls
Or
are prone to health
just
issues just
have-
because of the breed.
Yeah, I mean, Marshall, there's like 3 companies in America that breed ferrets. One of them is called Marshalls, and that's the one that they're trying to sell for like $500 or $600 now in pet stores that aren't very good conditions for them either.
Yeah.
So Marshall ferrets are typically bred for experimentation because we humans do a lot of experiments on ferrets and rats and all that. Like COVID era, I think there was a lot of experimentation done because ferrets can catch COVID.
Yeah, actually, when we got Tulip, we didn't know it, but she had the gene. Well, not the gene.
COVID.
She had COVID,
Gave it to Rosie.
the dormant. And yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't know that, and we didn't quarantine her, and she gave Rosie COVID. So that was not a fun time.
Yeah,
figure out what
American
was wrong with
ferrets
her.
don't live very long. These are American ferrets.
Yeah.
European ferrets tend to live like 12, 13 years easily. Must be
Yeah.
the food. Must be the processed sugar. I don't know.
Oh, probably.
But yeah, Marshall ferrets. She's a Marshall ferret. She's a Path Valley ferret. Path Valley ferrets. I have no experience with other than her.
But she's really healthy, especially
really
for her
healthy
age.
compared to Marshall ferrets I've had. Yeah.
And she's really lean compared to Marshalls. I've noticed between Stony and Tulip, Rosie is much more lean, much more muscle built.
Yeah. She's more muscular. Tulip, she's just
A
fat.
roly poly.
She's fat.
Hey, stop body shaming her.
So
She's thick.
yeah. Definitely need to do your research.
Make sure you have a
Ferret
vet.
proofing.
You need to
Exotic
find
vet. It's
a
expensive.
exotic vet, and they are expensive.
Yep.
So if you're
These are-
going to go with ferrets after you find your vet, get them on insurance.
These guys are probably gonna be our last ferrets.
Yeah. They can be a lot of work sometimes.
Yeah. So I would not just purchase them without knowing what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, and please don't just keep them locked up in
Oh
their
yeah.
cages.
I've known people who bought them
Mhm.
and they put them up with rabbits. Ferrets. Rabbits are like the natural prey for
You can't
ferrets.
really
And they
have
kill the
any
rabbits and they return
other
them.
small animal with ferrets because they hunt. Ferrets are carnivores.
Yeah.
So like hamsters, guinea pigs, rabbits, chinchillas, within those families, your ferrets will hunt them. So you can't have those together.
Yeah, don't keep ferrets with. I think chickens either.
Right.
We keep them away from our chickens.
Yeah. They don't go near the chickens.
They don't go to the chickens. I definitely think
Mm-hmm.
Rosie would kill the chickens that we have.
And if you already have dogs, you need to be very sure of your dog's temperament
Yeah.
because dogs naturally hunt things small, like ferrets.
I think I've gotten banned or suspended on the ferret subreddit a couple years ago because I posted a picture of Gur with her, and one of the rules is don't post pictures of cohabitation
Interesting.
because I guess I don't know, like I guess things have happened in the past.
Triggers? Yeah.
And I'm like, well, okay,
Yeah, Gur we specifically got as a puppy because
This guy.
we already had Rosie and we weren't going to chance it.
come here. Yeah, look at him, so clean. Yep.
Hello, little girl. Hello.
His floppy ears.
He does have floppy ears, but because we got him as a puppy with the ferrets, he's very gentle with them.
Like he doesn't bite them or anything. Just.
In fact, that one will literally chew on his eyelids, and he doesn't do anything. He wants to smell her. He doesn't get defensive, nothing like that.
She's hanging on for dear life.
She is.
No.
But he has a really good temperament with them because we train that. She's also a monkey.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Say goodbye. They were sleeping, so I'm gonna go put them back to bed.
I need to check. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Need to check on the chickens later.
Yep.
Chickens are little dinosaurs. Seeing them chase mice and rip them apart. Really? I think our chickens are very... Maybe one of our chickens might... Because she's like the leader of... What? She's like a... What do you call a pack of chickens? Is there a specific word for chickens? Flock, right? Flock. We have like a leader of the flock with our 4 egg-laying hens.
Actually, our chickens don't peck or bite, really. No.
Oh, they peck me. They peck my toes for some reason. And my fingers.
Like little worms.
Okay.
But like, even with Tika, you can reach up underneath her to get eggs, and she's not going to peck at you.
We've named our chickens after food because
After chicken food.
we don't want to form a bond with them.
They're chicken meal.
Right. So I think that's the hard part for a lot of people, probably.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, after they stop laying eggs, you keep them to, I guess, teach the new chicks.
Yeah.
Or you kill them and eat them. So they're called, their names are chicken, what was it? Tikka masala.
Yes.
We had patty,
The worst.
chicken noodle, chicken nugget, and chicken tender. So that's what we call them.
It's our chicken meal.
A pack of chickens is a bucket. Dog sure is calm with little animals. Yeah, we've trained them. He's kind of useless.
He does like to chase the cats, though. But he chases the cats because he thinks they're playing with him. He's too dumb to realize that they're really not.
He pretends he's stupid though.
Yeah. But he thinks everybody wants to play with him, whether it's people out in public or dogs or the ferrets or the cats. It doesn't matter. He thinks that everybody is friend. Which is why one day we will die to a home food.
I chopped up a chicken nugget they're baking now. Yeah, I mean, we named them that for food because why not? Yeah. Chicken tikka masala, chicken nugget, chicken tender, chicken noodle, chicken patty. Chicken patty died, what was it, 3 months in? Because we raised them from chicks. Like, they were a day old.
Yeah, they were.
When we got them.
No,
so we had 5 chickens.
It was in August. The heat of summer, like the high heat of summer.
I think it was a combination of her growing really fast.
She did.
So her heart, like, and then the combination of some of the heat from the summer. Yeah. It just kind of compounded, and then we just found her dead. That was pretty sad because I was like, she was my favorite.
I was surprised it didn't happen too. Sometimes chickens just die.
Yeah, chicks. I've learned the hard way from like my childhood. Chicks die like randomly. I don't get it. I don't know if it's like the breeding or something. I don't know. Like,
just sometimes they're a little temperamental.
Yeah. When am I gonna talk to? We just finished. So you missed that segment, but I'll upload the VOD later, or you can go look back through the YouTube live stream or the Twitch live stream later. What we're gonna do now is just we're gonna watch a couple things that people wanted me to watch on stream, and I guess we're gonna have fun with that. I have no idea what's gonna happen here. What is this? Right. So this is So people have been asking me to like react to a couple Ashes of Creation videos. This is a video from BoSense. What really happened to Ashes of Creation? 2 days ago. All right, let's see what happens.
Steven Sharif.
No, no. Oh, no. All right. I mean, I guess people, you know, you get a meme. You know, I mean, I get it. Sure. All right, let's keep going.
Visionary.
Wait, what did that magazine say?
Steven Sharif. Vision.
Time magazine special issue. Why Steven Sharif will save the world? Iron Man armor up. Nuclear rogues and how to control them. Okay.
Genius. The Da Vinci of our time.
Jesus Christ.
You have been described by some as a Da Vinci for our time. What do you have to say about that?
The nature of the world, right? The world is constantly creating.
What?
And then there's
Oh,
mechanical
the Vera.
change. And from that
You know what this is? Okay. All right, sure.
change comes new creation.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right, all right.
Even from an early age, the spiritual son of Kurt Schilling and Jeremy Walsh set out with
Oh
one
no,
goal on his
Chronicles of
mind:
Lyria.
to save the MMORPG genre.
If you want to get things done right, sometimes you just have to do them yourself. Ashes of Creation is going to be an unbelievable game, and we are nothing but excited to develop this genre-changing MMORPG.
2015, the founding of
Jurassic
Intrepid
Park.
Studios. 2017, the Ashes of Creation Kickstarter
I like the
puts
music.
the game on everyone's radar.
What? Space Starship Troopers?
Young people from all over the globe are joining
Oh,
up
no.
to fight for the future.
I had a sense of what was coming. All right.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my
I'm
part.
doing my
I'm doing
part.
my part.
My part.
Yeah, I'd like to get all my money back.
Is that what? Dude, this guy put Jason in. Okay, all right. Oh my God, $2 million, brother. Love you, bro. Access to bank statements and tax returns will solve previous reports. Oh no.
Yeah, I'd like to get all my money back. Rotten hell, broke piece of
Okay.
Personally funding the project.
I'm doing my part.
Oh no.
So I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I quit this game 4 days ago.
Backed
Okay.
by millions, fully funded out of Steven's pocket. No investors, no board, no publisher. Nothing could stand in the way of Ashes of Creation success. PAX West, September 2017. Everyone says the game already looks like a released game.
It's been unbelievable for our team to see the reception we've received here. Everyone that's been coming through has been telling us this
Okay.
looks like a released game.
2018, 1 year until launch.
Oh no.
Young people from
Okay.
all over the globe are joining up to fight for the future.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm personally funding the project.
I'm doing my part.
I bought this, by the way. This one.
I'm doing my part.
I am kind of tall.
I'm done spending money. You go yourself, Steven.
2019, something seems off about Steven. A dark aura surrounds the young Da Vinci.
Okay.
It seems like the MMO is no longer the main focus, as Dark Steven pushes the team to cash in on the Battle Royale hype instead.
The apocalypse. We get a lot of great data from this.
Yes.
It's really helpful for us.
While the community's
Okay.
sentiment toward Intrepid Studios begins to shift, the cleaning lady makes a shocking discovery.
The cleaning lady? By the way, fantastic editing so far.
Hi.
What? What is that? What is all that stuff in the... What,
Steven, are you sure this is what happened? I'm not sure people are gonna...
what are those cartons? Like
Trust me,
vegetables?
I'm like family? I got you.
No.
The actual Steven Sharif had been locked away in a storage room, while the imposter, Dark Steven, had tried to run the company into the ground. Solely surviving on mango juice for the past year, Steven had become uncommonly strong. Finally freed from his prison, he immediately faces the imposter.
Jesus Christ.
With a swift
out of nowhere,
he strikes down the imposter, reclaims control of his company, and puts Ashes of Creation back on track. 2020, Ashes of Creation is back on track.
Okay.
Kudos to the amazing Ashes team, you guys, developers. You have done an unbelievable job.
2021, Jeffrey Butt quits.
There are a lot of people mentioning him. Because he quit later on, and there's a lot of speculation, but who knows, right?
Common belief, there is absolutely no drama here. Jeffrey simply decided he would rather work on a VR game than continue to work with Steven. And the game moves from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5.
Welcome everyone to our final update video for the year of 2021. And what a year it has been.
2022.
It's been a crazy year
of
growth. And 2022 isn't just the last year of this growth.
I was going to say, like, it's really cool to just look back at what we accomplished this year in 2022 as a team. The growth of the studio has been huge, but it's not done yet.
No.
We're still going. We're going strong into 2023. So
2023.
For 2023, that is crazy to say.
Yeah, the book is closing on 2023, but 2024 is going to be a very exciting one for us.
2024. Alpha 2 is here. Does anyone need a key?
Oh no.
Young people from all over the globe are joining up to fight for the future.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm not as small as you guys think.
I'm doing my part. Lose my fucking number.
I'm personally
entering the Balrog of Morgoth.
That's
what?
A Balrog. Really? I'm like the son you never had. Somehow, Dark Steven had returned and unleashed the Balrog of Morgoth.
Dude, oh my gosh.
What?
With Dark Steven back in office, nothing with the letter C was safe. Ashes of Creation, content creators, all of the Chris Hemsworth posters around the office, the Chinese narc.
Narc made some very definitive statements that are inaccurate and false. And I would be well within my rights to act upon that in a very legal manner.
I did not know. Like I didn't keep up with the content creator side. Actually, I just watched the development updates. Did he just really threaten legal action over a YouTuber making comments? He sounds very angry here, by the way. That's crazy. If you have a CEO slash the game creative director saying this publicly, really? This happened? That's crazy, dude. What the hell?
Definitive statements that are inaccurate and false. And I would be well within my rights to act upon that in a very legal manner.
How did people react to this? Narc quit his YouTube channel because of this, but is now back with a new channel. You don't remember that when he pulled up on Osmond's stream? I think the only Osmond VOD I watched with Steven was like when they were talking the first time and Steven was in the fucking parking lot or some bullshit. Again, I didn't really keep up with the creator side of Ashes. I just was like, all right, let's see what the development update is. That's crazy though that he went. That's crazy that he went on the live stream. Right? He called Osmond Gold, and just was like, this other YouTuber is saying shit I don't like about the game. I'm assuming it's about the game, and I might, file a lawsuit or something, or send a scary cease and desist letter. That's crazy. This would have been if I had known about this would have been a big red flag to me. Probably refund it because that's crazy, dude. I think people. How do people react to this? Do you guys know how do people react to this? Yeah, of course I've heard of Narc, but I watched like maybe one video from him. Many of us believed Steven at the time that he was being maligned because of all the things Narc chose to focus on. It was the desert. As I remember, Osmond was built on Steven's side. Nah, bro. That's crazy. That game developer a game development studio CEO and director, whatever he was at that point, threatened legal action to a YouTuber. Oh, Jesus. They were drinking the Kool-Aid and were They were drinking the Kool-Aid and were a bit against Narc, but ultimately Narc was seeing the red flags way earlier. Interesting. They ignored it. Oh, man. That sucks for him, dude. Yeah, I heard some things. I've been seeing some comments on the videos about Narc. Narc was right. And all I was aware of at that point on the videos was like he decided to quit making Ash's creation content, and he's doing something else now with a new channel. He was literally showing everyone insider info to disprove Narc's comments. Who was? But anyway, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Rights to act upon that in a very legal manner.
I will repeat this for your own mental health.
Wait, he made a Reddit post?
A very legal manner.
What is this? I'd like to share a post something in our Discord addressing someone's question about what the desert biome. Okay, what is this? Okay, the video is a review of the desert biome. Okay, he's just saying that devs are working hard on it. Okay, if you go into AE2 Alpha 2 currently, you'll find that the assets. Okay, you'll find the assets showcased in the video were posted. The format is now in a more destructive state. What the hell does that mean? Because we've just recently. Okay, this is part of development. You guys might remember him, but Fear Turbo actually leaked me a Narc video, and that's the only one I watched from him a while back. I think it was like 3 years or 4 years ago or some bullshit or more. Was it 3 or 4 years? I don't know, dude. But Fear Turbo, if you remember him from the ESO days, like he linked me a Narc video and I watched it. And I was like, oh, this guy's kind of funny. So that's crazy this happened. What? It is very easy to sit back as a uniform content creator and cast illusions that play on people's fears or negativity. It is easy to cultivate that audience when that is your focus. What are you talking about? The MMO genre is filled with jaded gamers who feel like beat dogs. Oh, that beat dog comment again. And rightfully so. But we are here making this game with over 100,000 people participating in this alpha. We'll continue to make this game in our vision. If the development process makes you think otherwise, I'll repeat this for your own mental health. Step away. We'll be here when you're ready to return. Okay.
I will repeat this for your own mental health. Step away.
Oh no.
Meanwhile,
what is that? What? Oh, right. He deleted. Well, not delete, but like he got rid of all the content.
Meanwhile, from the lowest dungeon to the highest peak, the young Da Vinci fought. Not for himself,
what?
Not even for Ashes of Creation, but for the MMORPG genre. He is the savior.
Oh my god.
With a swift
RKO! Out of nowhere.
He strikes down the Balrog, reclaims control of his company, and puts Ashes of Creation back on track. Again. 2025. Steam Early Access.
Oh God. Again.
Young people from all over
This
the
is the
globe
third
are
time?
joining up to fight for the future.
I'm doing my part. My part. This stuff that I'm small at, it's just not true.
I'm doing my part.
2026.
Ashes is all that we are left with. The founder has resigned. in a very eyebrow-raising way. Staff have been fired, they have got no pay, and the game has been pulled from Steam, where it only launched 2 months ago. Insiders are telling of a mysterious new owner who killed the company.
Bro.
Over a decade later, and about $120 million deep, the investors wanted their money back. What investors, you might ask?
I'm personally funding the project.
No.
Steven has put in a lot of his personal money in there.
No.
That's coming out of mine and John's pocket.
No.
Oh my god.
No.
Leonardo da Vinci.
No.
What?
I don't answer to a board.
It's false.
No, we're not broke.
It's fiction.
We're not dependent on outside investors.
It's a made-up tale.
Had Steven Sharif simply lied all those years?
No.
No. It's all Rob Dawson's fault, who you brought into the...
Make sure you go check this person out. But I really like the video editing, by the way. Like, besides the content, like, I really like the video editing. If I had to hire a video editor, I would definitely hire this person. BoSense, what really happened to Ashes of Creation. I'll put a link. You watched this the other day? Oh, that was interesting. That's what I'm gonna say. But it was funny. It was funny. I mean, I get it. I mean, I would totally meme too, you know? So Narc sniffed out a scam, called it out, and got attacked for it, so he bailed and redid his online presence. I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the gist of it, according to the rest of chat. The early access before the release, Kira warned about it. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people mention that YouTuber in my comments a lot. Kira warned about it. Something weird was going on in the company. Steven should have reached out to the Rothschild. Okay. He lied to get us to invest. He's going to jail. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but we'll see what happens. Right, that's all I'm going to say. Narc was Jesus and the copium addicts were the Romans. Oh no. Okay. Okay, well. Someone also sent me this, but told me I should probably skip part of the end here. Yeah. So someone sent me another video to kind of watch for the whole Ashes of Creation thing, and they told me to kind of skip part of the end here. But we'll see. So this is God, I still don't know how to pronounce his name correctly.
We're back with more.
Zybek. I've actually talked to him. He actually he's a pretty chill dude. He's in my Discord server, and we've talked in DMs. So he's a pretty chill dude. I'm kind of curious what he thinks, because I know one of his videos got taken down along with somebody else's or a couple other people's for a privacy violation or something, and that may have been related to the Discord DMs that he showed or whatever, or it was something related to the fucking house, the San Diego mansion that Steven had. Zybek. I really need to ask this. I really need to ask him how to pronounce his name. It's been very fun to see how different people pronounce my online name. You know, I just tell them, hey, just call me Casper. But yeah, I've been hearing a lot of variations, like Nefas. I think some people have called me Nefas HQ, and I'm like, HQ, where did the HQ come from? I'm like, oh god, Outcast. Outcast is smiling down on me. All right, but anyway, Zybek. Okay, cool, Zybek. All right, let's watch the video.
Insanity coming from the Ashes of Creation meltdown. Firstly, let's do some housekeeping. We have to do this because there are some very litigious people involved. Firstly, I am not an official source of information. All of this is my opinion and speculation. Also, none of this is breaking news. This has been covered by other YouTubers Everything
Sure.
I reference is on YouTube or has been for 8 years.
What a great
So-
disclaimer. What a great disclaimer, honestly. My thing froze.
Nothing in this video is new or unbiased. This is a very biased video. You will find out very shortly why that is. So calm down, people. I do this as a hobby. I make 2 videos a month at best. Also to Steven, put the lawyers down.
What?
I promise I am not showing any documents or tax liens or anything else like that in this video. Put the lawyers away. I do not need YouTube legal on my ass again. Everything in this video already exists on YouTube from other sources. This is not breaking news. So let's get into it.
Okay.
Right now, everybody is talking about Steven versus the board. And who's
Sure.
wrong? Is it Steven or is it the big evil board? And Steven is seemingly trying to salvage his reputation.
Regardless of whatever, right? I think we talked about this with Legal Mindset. The employees need to be paid out, right?
Saying the rogue board forced him out. This evil shadow council of people forced him out and are now going to ruin the game because they're evil investors and they're not gamers. and here's the problem with that. The problem with that is it's all his fault. Literally. There is no such thing as a rogue board. It didn't just sneak up on him in stealth like a rogue. He sold them the company. He sold his own equity from the company over an 11-year period to these people. Steven really wants us to believe like it's some sort of mob situation where Jason and his mafia friends walk up and they go, "Hey, it's me, Jason Caramanis. This is my friend Rob. He's wicked smart. Now, we see you got this new MMORPG, Ashes of Creation. And it'd be a shame if something happened to your kidneys. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to give us the game. And if you don't, me and Rob here, we're going to lather you up in Jeunesse. You'll look stunning. And then we're going to break your fucking legs." That's not what happened. Steven sold them the company over an 11-year period. Like, he did it. Like, he fucking sold it to them. I don't care if the board are literally demons. If they're literal demons that did everything that they're accused of, it's still his fault
a little bit
because he sold them the company.
Okay, sure.
There is no wiggling out of that. And the obvious question is, how come you didn't get traditional financing from like actual institutions like banks and other real creditors? We know about the one bank that probably wishes they didn't get involved in this. But there's a reason why, Steven, you were not able to get traditional financing from normal non-MLM lotion people, and that's probably the tax
lotion
liens, right?
people.
Is that a crazy idea? Like, I don't know. It all sort of comes back to you.
Okay.
And it comes back to the original lie. The original lie of fully funded and self-funding the game. Everything comes back to that. That is the root of where the whole thing went wrong.
Sure.
You also said you were taking no salary, which based off of...
I don't take salary. I'd only get taxed twice if I pay myself a salary. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of one of my questions. Like, so he's putting his own money into it, but also taking out from that investment. Like, why would you tax? Yeah, exactly. Why would you tax yourself twice? That's why I was so confused when I started looking at the numbers. Right, I don't take a salary. He just keeps repeating it.
Jason's claims
throughout the months,
to be a lie.
Years.
And you really can't make this shit up. On stream with Asmongold, like the largest live streamer right now in the world, I think, you went on his stream and said you personally spent $55 million of your own money and were likely going to spend another 50.
I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more.
Oh, yeah, people are getting receipts
the last 8 years, myself personally, so far, and we'll have to put in another 50, probably.
Yeah. There is no universe in which that is true. There is no way you can spin that to not be a total fucking lie. And all of this comes down to that original lie. You went on Dusty Y's stream literally 5 fucking weeks before the entire game exploded saying, We are not broke.
Are we completely out of money? Are we broke, Dad?
No, we're not broke.
We're not broke, chat. You heard it here first. We're still going. Everything's fine. The wheels haven't fallen off yet, boys. You heard it here first.
That was a fucking lie. Not only were you not broke then, you've never not been broke. You've been broke the whole fucking time. Jason, bro, Jason, I need $300,000. Jason, bro, Jason, please, it's just $1 million. Oh, Jason, you are my god. You are my god, Jason. Like, dude. Holy fuck. It is actually insane.
Oh my god.
Insane you managed to keep this going for so long. Like that. I mean, maybe they will make a movie out of this. Like, that is crazy. The entire company and the game was built off of the lie that you were self-funding the game and that you were some big rich guy. Even the investors believed in that you had your own money tied up in this in a major way, which gave them confidence to invest in it.
Right.
You were the one that lied to everyone for over a decade, not the board. The board wasn't lying to us, the players. You fucked me over. You fucked over the content creators that helped you sell a whole bunch of packages who are now getting fucking raked over the coals for somehow being in on the scam, which they're not. I mean, they got ripped off just like everybody else. You fucked over the investors, obviously, and they're coming for you. You fucked over the employees. Some of these employees I have known prior to Ashes of Creation. They uprooted their fucking life and moved to San Diego to work for you because they believed in you, and you fucked them, man. You really fucked them. No bonus. They're not going to get paid. They now need to find a job. Some of them may have left their previous job. Like you have fucked everybody. And lastly, you fucked the players. You sold, the estimates are that you guys sold like 300,000 copies of 300,000 packages. Obviously, some people spent like $10,000, which is crazy. I'm sure a lot of people just spent, 40, 60, 100 bucks. You scammed all those fucking people. Like you fucking did. Absolutely. Now, I personally was in the group of people that bought the game for what the game was at the time. And like, let's be honest, some of the developers made some really cool systems and people did actually have some fun with the game. But keep in mind, guys, most of the people that bought Ashes bought it to play it at release. Like most of the 300,000 people that bought the game weren't actively playing during the Alpha 1 testing. So all those people got fucked. This whole lawsuit shit is a complete deflection that is not working at all. Do you know how crazy it is for the gamers to be siding with the MLM Jeunesse Rico charge people?
The way he says it. I mean, the way, if you put it like that, of course, it's going to sound bad. Oh my God. It's time for some billionaire investors swoop and make Ashes of Creation again. All right. Hey, what's up, Cobb? At this point, you gotta be into being pegged to work in game dev, let alone California. Yeah, it's very risky, right? I mean, the gaming industry right now is not very good in terms of the job market, from what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing from developers themselves and people in the industry. And a couple people are actually, I talked to a couple people, and they're considering just leaving game dev and doing something else. You know what I mean?
You know how crazy that is?
Volatile.
They are on the side of the lotion people.
The lotion people.
Not the guy that made the game that they loved.
Oh my God.
They are on the side of the fucking board. I mean, dude, to say this isn't backfiring is crazy. Nobody is listening to Jason thinking he's some sort of angel. Everyone knows that everything is a little shady, but he came with receipts, and he seemingly is an open book. I'm sure he's omitting things. I'm sure he's giving his version of the truth.
Sure.
But man, are people really relating to Jason right now? Because it seems like Jason just got scammed like the rest.
I think part of it is also like Steven was very silent. And then when we broke the video with Jason's like allegations and what he showed, I showed, I think that definitely swung the court of public opinion towards Jason, because again, Steven, I don't know if Steven's going to be dropping by our live stream here. hasn't said anything except the counter lawsuit, which, according to the lawyer YouTuber earlier, Legal Mindset, that we just did a segment with, seems rather full of holes or seems rather shaky compared to the TFE Games Holding lawsuit. So I think timing was also a big factor, right?
Of us, and Jason sure as fuck is a lot more believable than anything Steven has to say at this point. And Jason, and the particular peculiar thing that I find that with all these lawsuits going on is that Jason Caramanis is not being sued for defamation. Maybe he will in the future, but right now Jason is saying crazy shit, absolutely crazy shit that if it wasn't true would absolutely be defamation. And my question is, how come Jason isn't being sued right now? Because if I was Steven and this person was spewing all these lies about me, that would be the first person I'd go after, because what he's saying about Steven right now is super damaging. It's unreal. And I mean, people are tuning into Jason like he's giving sermons. He's giving sermons and people are loving
sermons.
So
that's a pretty good descriptor. I feel like I'm sometimes like on the streams when Jason's called in, like I feel like a phone stand, bro. I'm just kind of there, you know. Like, yeah, he's giving a fucking sermon. Sure, that's funny. Okay.
How much of this is true? I don't know. Nobody believes Jason whole cloth, but if a small percentage of what Jason is saying is true, Steven is fucked. Right now, you have a whole bunch of people. You have a whole bunch of people that are jumping on the Ashes hate wagon,
sure.
Rightfully so at this point. That never played the game, they don't know shit about the game, and now they're saying, "Oh, it was a huge fucking scam." And you would think that the diehard Ashes people would be defending the game, but no, the diehard Ashes people are throwing Steven under the bus because Steven has a long history of people turning against him, which is an odd.
I don't know. There's a lot of comments on the employee video where people are just like, "Oh, this is just their version of the story." Steven still might have something, or I mean, just because this is happening, Steven shouldn't be, blamed, or what. It's like there's a lot of people still defending him. I don't know if the most hardcore people are not defending him. I think there's still actually a fair amount. More than a fair amount of people, defending him. So it's interesting.
It is constantly having people betray you, and everybody just at the end of the day, everybody fucking hates you. Maybe it's you, because Steven, brother, you have nobody in your corner right now. Nobody's in your corner.
There's
now.
I don't know if nobody's in his corner.
Nefis's live stream, and Steven. In a Twitch comment, which holy fuck, that's super desperate that he's in Twitch like typing to people, said that he would consider doing a one-time interview with a content creator addressing these things.
Mm-hmm.
Which, first of all, that sounds insanely desperate. You're quiet for like 2 weeks and then you're in Twitch chat like late at night in like 100 like in Vladis's stream for like 50. I mean, no offense to Vladis, there was like 50 people in there. It was a smaller stream. And like you're in there watching all of it. Like I'm sure you're watching this video, right?
He was also watching Canon XO. I think he typed a few things, like a few one-liners, like just commenting what Canon was watching. My personal thing with Steven is I've been reaching out to him. I've been offering very publicly, hey, obviously listen to your lawyers, but if you want to tell your story, feel free. And I think, well, actually, I don't know. Let me think for a bit, and then I'll get back to you guys on this.
Saying that you want to do interviews with content, like a content creator? Who? Dude, who? I don't know anybody that's going to give you a softball interview at this point. Now, I will give you some advice, Steven. If you want to earn my respect and the respect of the community, the person that you should do the one-on-one interview with is Theory Forge. In my opinion, Theory Forge is the best person to do it. He has the required context. He's been following the game forever. He's been the most like precise and measured with his coverage of this. I think he's really knocked it out of the park. So if you want to earn my respect, do it with Theory Forge. I don't think you will, but that would be the person I think is most qualified. He has done the most to be the most objective. And for you guys that aren't, like, do you understand how hard it is to be unbiased right now? I'm not even attempting. I can't.
I've tried really hard to be unbiased and neutral so far and all that and blah blah blah. But I think as someone who has seen and heard things that I haven't shared or been able to share yet or so on, I think it's really hard for me to try to like separate me from me. I don't know how to explain it. It's I think it's a very good point here. I mean, I don't like, here's the thing. Okay, so actually I finished thinking about what I was going to say earlier about the interview thing. So obviously Steven came to our chat and was like, hey, I'll think about it. I'll consider a one-time interview with a content creator. And there's a lot of people who have given me their theories on what kind of personality he has. Well, is he actually narcissistic or whatever? I don't care. People have been asking me because they're like, oh, you should really interview him. I'm like, I don't personally care if he goes to a different person or Theory Forge or whoever. I don't care, because I just want information to be shared, whether it's his side of the story. But the problem with an interview with Steven at this point, because he's lawyered up, and obviously I hope he's listening to his lawyers, which may not be a regular pattern based on employee testimony that I've gotten, but I think it's going to be a very big challenge for anyone who tries to interview him, no matter who you are, no matter if you're like what your bias or what your side is, because you can interview him, you can let him tell his story, you can ask questions, but my suspicion is he will not answer certain questions and just kind of keep going. So you have this kind of weird situation where, yeah, maybe people do want to talk to him, including myself, for his perspective. Yes, you can try asking questions, but I don't know, right? Like, he doesn't have to answer questions. That's the thing. And I think it's a very dangerous, or not dangerous, but like in terms of public perception, it's going to be a very sensitive, dangerous hot potato to handle, because anyone who looks at a video like that where the interviewer is asking questions or whatever, or letting him kind of go on, they might view that as a softball interview, despite their attempts. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say here? Because I think, again, public perception wise, it's very dangerous for you to talk to Steven. If you kind of let him go, but also you can't not let him go because you're asking questions, but you can't get answers because he doesn't want to answer the questions. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think, I don't care who gets it. If I don't think it's gonna happen anyway, but if they do get it, I think it's I think it's a very hot potato to handle. You know what I mean? So that was kind of my thoughts from earlier. I was trying to formulate in my brain while listening to Zybeck, because I'm like, okay, well, whoever interviews him, I hope you're ready for whatever happens next in terms of public perception, because it's going to look like a softball interview no matter what, in my opinion, unless he actually is willing to answer some of the harder questions that I or other people may have, right? Well, let me go up here. Certain people will happily interview him. Pyro will happily interview him. Have you asked Jason if he's aware of I think he's busy filing his own lawsuit and getting some shit. I think you're a perfect candidate because you interviewed the other side too. I don't know about perfect. I think it's just okay. Like if you want to talk, you can talk. I don't know what will come out of it. Yeah, you know, a lot of people have been like saying, "Oh, Nephis, you like." People have been mentioning journalism a lot, and that kind of bothers me because I'm not a professional journalist. I'm just trying my best to keep people's privacy safe. I'm trying to keep the employees anonymous. I'm just trying to get information out there. That's all I'm doing. But I'm going to talk about this when we kind of review the employee video, because I mentioned 2 times in the video, and I talked to Legal Mindset about this earlier on stream. I say things journalists would not say. Like, oh, I talked to these people, but I will also not mention things said off the record. I don't think any journalist says that because obviously things off the record, why would you mention that? You know what I mean? It comes with the package. I mentioned that because 1, I'm not a professional journalist. And 2nd, I'm trying to tell people that what you're seeing right now is not all the things I can share right now. Does that make sense? Like, we'll talk about it later in a bit.
I can't give Steven any more benefit of the doubt after he fucked us all, bro. I don't know.
He just keeps going.
So God bless Nephis and Theory Forge and all these people that are. This is a heavy cross to bear right now, and I'm gonna let other people carry that standard. So the big question, like, that I it's a total mindfuck to me, and that is, what is the point of all this? What does Steven hope to accomplish by winning this lawsuit, even if he wins? Like, he sold all his equity.
I don't know, man.
The game is fucking destroyed.
That's why I was like,
the employees,
what's the ultimate goal?
The employees are gone and hate him. So all the people that know the technology are gone. The players hate you. Like, what do you get even if you win? Like, I don't get it.
This is the exact same question I asked the lawyer YouTuber Legal Mindset earlier. What's his ultimate goal? And he basically said kind of the same thing I was thinking. Like, first, he is trying to win and show the truth, or 2nd, he's trying to get out a good part of his reputation back for the future. Man, I mean, again, you know, I know a lot of people in chat are saying it, but aren't saying it, or are kind of saying the opposite of what I'm saying. But there are a lot of people still defending him. So, you know what I mean? I can see the latter happening potentially.
It makes me wonder why he's even doing this.
Luke courtroom PvP is crazy.
Place. Why didn't he just hand the company over and walk away? Now, there's 2 theories, and that is, 1, he couldn't hand the company over and walk away because
baby project.
Handing over the books and the logins would expose some potential fraud. That is one of the theories. The other theory is that he's just a fucking egomaniac, and he actually thinks this is going to work.
Okay.
And maybe it's both. Sure. But I'm having a very hard time finding a way for Steven to win this and come out ahead.
He doesn't have to show the financial records or books. They've got a part of it. They're still going through it. So the people filing lawsuits, including, you know, Robert Dawson, whoever, Jason. So I don't think he necessarily needs to show the records that they're accusing him of having.
I would love to be wrong. Look, dude, I loved the game. I really did love the game. Go look at my last Ashes of Creation video, doing like the highlight video of all my, you know, fun times at the game. And I'd love to be wrong. Dude, seriously, if this is like the most insane corporate espionage thriller of all time, and Steven actually is innocent, and this whole thing was a giant conspiracy, and Ashes of Creation comes back, and we're all playing the game, and it's fun as fuck, dude, that would make me so happy. That would make me so fucking happy.
Okay.
But
sure.
Realistically, I just think Steven's lying again. I think Steven is just fucking, it's just another one of Steven's lies. So, I think Steven is dramatically outgunned like dramatically outgunned here. Does he have the money to sustain this lawsuit? This is going to go on for years. Robert Dawson seems to have a fuckload of money. Also, he himself is an accountant and a lawyer who's practiced for 16 years. Ryan Ogden, another person in this, also has his master's in accounting. And if you know anything about the scandal, there surely is a lot of legal and accounting things that seem suspicious. And here's the thing. Steven has been spinning this lie about Ashes of Creation and Intrepid for 10 plus years now. That is a really, really long time. And
it's a lot of documentation
on like some caught red-handed fraud. Are we certain that literally everything was above board for 10 plus years? All the PPP loans, all of the paperwork, all of like,
right.
When it comes
it's a
to
long
things like
period
this,
of time.
There's a lot of like technicalities. When it comes to like criminals getting nailed on shit, they get nailed on like wire fraud and mail fraud and all these little nitpicky things. Man,
sure.
He's really opening up a fucking can of worms right now. If I had a lie, dude, if I had even right now in my own life, I'm not doing anything wrong, but I sure as fuck don't want people going through my shit because like, to my knowledge, everything is right. Like you just, man, there are so many little technicalities that can hit him right now. The liability of having this 10 plus year long lie of, oh, man, I would be fucking nervous if I was him. I would be so fucking nervous if I was him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and dude, Steven, he's gonna get deposed. Like he's gonna get deposed. I'm sure he's gonna have to make sworn statements, go under oath.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude, it really seems like all this is getting ready to unravel in a crazy way. It's all insanely bizarre. I'm looking at it right now. He uses phrases like white knights. He calls Rob Dawson not a gamer. There's chat GPT links in the lawsuit. He calls himself a visionary. Steven Sharif, in his own lawsuit, calls himself a visionary.
Mm-hmm.
Which, generally that is a prestigious term that other people give you after the fact. Like
I don't know about
Jobs,
prestigious,
like
but
the
yeah,
iPhone.
sure.
Generally
even
other people
I mean, there was problems with that too, but you know what I mean?
Fucking scam everybody. It's not usually how it goes. And it makes all of this makes me question, is the legal team fully funded? I have doubts. And then he claims that the stress of this situation has caused him kidney failure, that his family's life has been threatened. These are crazy accusations that are going to require an insane burden of proof.
Well, I mean, I would totally see like people sending them death threats after all this. You know what I mean? I don't know if he means like the board. I think the lawsuit, it's a very general statement like, oh, I've received threats. Well, from who? The board or people online, right? Stress does not cause kidney failure. I guess one could argue stress exacerbated existing issues, right? Because that is a thing. Stress can exacerbate existing issues. And also, like Legal was saying earlier, how like you need to see very specific evidence for a lot of that. It can't just be things like, well, okay, the workplace was stressful, and then you got, you know what I mean? Like, whether or not he's getting death threats from consumers has no impact on the lawsuit. Well, that he says that potentially because that ties in with, oh, you guys foreclosed in a wrong manner, and also you made it out like my husband was a CFO at this point. You're trying to make me the scapegoat. That's what ties them together, I'm assuming. I think Legal kind of mentioned a little bit of that earlier at the beginning of stream. Is Steven liable to any health issues players have over canceling the game? Yeah, that'd be crazy. I would love to see a frivolous lawsuit filed by a random player be like, Steven Sharif, the defendant, canceled Ashes of Creation, a long-awaited MMORPG in my current backlog of Steam library. My wife has left me because I put $10,000 down. My children hate me, and I had to go to the hospital. You know what I mean? I'd be like, okay, that'd be a little funny to see. You know, can't wait for the chairman of the board sequel starring Carrot Top S even. It'll be a good chat pasta. Yeah, I mean the copy pastas are funny, fucking funny. You fully find out how to do it. All right, let's keep going.
I'm just not buying it. I'm just not buying it. And now with more of these lawsuits coming out, the Stevens House controversy is now back on the menu again. We thought the Stevens House controversy wasn't really super a thing. We thought it was kind of weird, but now it's back on the menu, it seems, which holy fucking shit. Man, the whole thing looks really bad. I'm looking at my crackhead notes right now, and I just don't see how there is a winnable scenario for Steven here. He did the one thing you're not supposed to do, which is piss off rich people. If he had just scammed us, the players, he would have skated by, because we're all in different states, different countries, and class action lawsuits are kind of whatever, right? But he pissed off people that have money, which is not good. And also, it's not looking good that this is a huge story. This is a dramatic story. My wife is interested. My wife never played this game. My wife is interested in the drama. When a new Theory Forge video comes out, we watch it as we eat dinner. Dude, people are getting invested in this. This is the biggest fucking scam in gaming history. And I have a feeling that maybe some state and federal prosecutors might take interest in it, because they could surely be a hero to a lot of people right now. Because, Steven, buddy, I hate to tell you this, but there's a lot of people that want to see you go to prison. They just do. And of course, guys, this is the biggest scam in gaming history. Of course, this happens to me. I mean, I don't want to be the victim here, but it is funny. It is funny. I hate to say it, but this is actually a real conversation I had in real life.
All right.
Oh, hey, Logan, I heard you had a YouTube channel. What kind of videos do you make? Me. Oh, a little bit of everything, but mainly video game stuff. Oh, cool. Which games do you play? Mainly a game called Ashes of Creation. It's similar to World of Warcraft, if you're familiar with that.
Okay.
Oh, cool. I'll look into that. Me. Please don't. Them. Why? Well, actually, it's the biggest scam in gaming history. Oh. Yeah, actually, I was one of their top content creators. I did an interview with the CEO last month. This is my fucking life. This is my fucking life. Of course, it just another funny quirk to add to the Zyback lore. So, yeah, right now we have there are some psychotic people giving employees of the company and YouTubers hate for being in on the scam, which is honestly just a crazy. That's crazy, guys. You need to fucking chill. I don't know what to tell you guys. The developers put their fucking heart and soul into the game. These people thought this was a real game that wasn't just some weird embezzlement scheme. I don't know what to tell you, myself included. I had fun with the game that they were making. I didn't know that some guy was taking 10% off the top. I don't think anybody was expecting it to go down like that. Generally, when there's a scam game, it's sort of the whole thing is a scam, not 10% is getting taken off the top or whatever it was.
Sure.
And another thing that's crazy, guys, that a lot of you guys don't know, is that the employees and the players of the game are finding out all of this news at the same time. Generally when companies have, scandals like this, the employees find out and then that information disseminates. No, that's not what's happening. I'm in Discord with employees of Intrepid, and we're watching the Nephis live stream, finding out, both of us at the same time, that the thing was a fucking scam. Do you know how crazy that is? That is
Dude,
fucking insane.
I can't imagine.
So no, nobody was in on the scam.
Because at least I had time to process a lot of the information given to me. I'm okay, yeah, took me a little bit. Because I can't imagine if you actually worked there. You know what I mean?
The YouTubers made any money. Nobody got paid out referral links. I personally never promoted the referral link because I never expected it to pay out any real money in the first place, mainly for compliance reasons. They never had anybody sign any 1099 documents. I always thought it was going to be store credit, so I never personally promoted it. I was never part of the official content creator program.
Aren't there some people that had thousands of successful referrals on their referral link? Oof. man. And I think there was supposed to be some sort of payout or something when the game launched or something to the people who used the referral link. Which, in hindsight, I'm wondering how that would have worked. Maybe in game credit, but for the people who had like thousands of hits on the referral link, bro, that I wonder how much money was it? Was it gonna be like a cent, a dollar? You know, like
NDA associated with it, so I never signed that. And even though I wasn't a part of it, I can tell you no YouTubers got paid. There was no sponsored streams. Everybody that played the game, that had fun with the game, genuinely had some fun with the game. The developers of the game made some systems that were pretty fun. It's a shame that the fucking guy that Steven scammed everybody. I wasn't expecting it to be in a giant embezzlement scheme. Yeah, that fucking sucks. But no, I didn't make any money directly off the game. Believe it or not, guys, there's really not that much YouTube ad revenue and Twitch ad revenue to be made playing niche PvP MMORPGs. I know that sounds crazy, but
oh,
really,
no,
guys,
no, they make millions, bro. They make billions. Trust me, bro.
I personally got Sharifed for $500.
Sharifed.
Based off the accusations, I might have had more money in Ashes of Creation than Steven did himself. So,
what the fuck?
With that being said, even though I got Sharifed out of $500, I still got my money's worth because I bought the game for what it was at the time. However, most people did not. Most people bought the game because they wanted.
I got Sharifed.
They bought the game for what the game could be, and those people got fucked. There was a lot of people that bought in, and they were just said, "Hey, I support you, but I'll see you at launch." That was most people. Keep in mind, the game sold like 300,000 copies. So those people got fucked. Those people absolutely got fucked. And now for the moment you've all been waiting for, the Steven Sharif is a gay Nazi claim.
What?
Which is
I was wondering
outrageous.
what is this? Debunking the gay Nazi. Is this about the fact that he had like Nazi paraphernalia or whatever collected? I mean, he also apparently seemed to have U.S. military, like American military artifacts or pieces, antique pieces. So as a historian, I'm personally interested in such things, even very detestable things that were owned. Or sorry, things that were owned by detestable people. So I don't know, like necessarily, if you have something in a historical collection in your house or something that makes you one or the other. Again, who knows? Yeah, I think someone told me to skip towards the end, or not to skip part of the end. He has a hard drop. Yeah, I saw some of that about Steven in my Discord server chat, so I'll just kind of get through this a little bit
and the
take care of
reason
something
this
real
came
quick.
to my attention is that I started getting Discord messages.
Thanks,
saying,
Zuri.
Did you know about the Steven Nazi shit the whole time? Now I'm gonna play a clip that I made talking about Ashes of Creation a year ago. If we found out that Hitler in fact survived World War II, escaped to South America, started up the Fourth Reich, and this whole time they've been working in the shadows, creating a new MMORPG. You know what the first question would be? How's the combat? Nobody fucking cares.
What the fuck? What is he saying? What? Where did this come from? Wait, what did he say? This was like years ago he said this shit? Hold on. What did he say? Oh, bro, what? Hold on.
Now I'm going to play a clip that I made talking about Ashes of Creation a year ago.
A year ago. Okay. All right.
About that Hitler, in fact, survived World War II, escaped to South America, started up the Fourth Reich, and this whole time they've been working in the shadows, creating a new MMORPG. You want to know what the first question would be? How's the combat?
Oh my
Nobody
god.
fucking cares. Now I think it's obvious.
What is he saying? All right. I guess his point is that MMO players don't care who makes a game, where it comes from. They just care about the game. Bro, I would kind of care a little bit. I feel like it's definitely a hot take. I mean, okay, here's the thing. The first thing I look at when people are like, oh my god, Nephis, did you check out that new MMORPG that's coming out? This happens periodically, in the past, like for several years. Did you see that? Did you see the trailer? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, I haven't seen it. And they tell me you guys have seen this from my live streams. They tell me the name of the game. I'm like, oh, cool. Thanks for telling me. And I Google it. And the first thing I look for, when I look at the game that's coming out, especially in the MMO space, is it Korean? Was it made by a Korean developer studio? I'm not being racist here because I'm Korean. I do not recommend people playing most Korean MMOs. Try to avoid them if you can. And I'm, again, speaking as a Korean. The first thing I look at, is it Korean? If it is, I'm not even going to look at it anymore. So I would kind of care if the Fourth Reich made a game. Because that's probably the first thing I would look at. Who's making the game? That's, personally, I would look at who made the game. That's all I'm going to say, all right? That's all I'm going to say.
Obvious, guys, that I was making a joke. That was
a
joke.
Okay.
I did not intend to manifest Steven Sharif into being a real-life South Park character. This is truly unreal serendipity. I don't... This is fucking bizarre. So let's break down the allegations.
Yeah, some people have mentioned, like, Steven's, like, previous guild in Arcade or whatever was called the White Order. I'm like, again... Just because you have, I don't know, like a combat knife that belonged to a Schutzstaffel officer or whatever, and it's in your historical collection alongside other things, doesn't necessarily mean you're like a Nazi or follower of that ideology. I have fellow historian friends who have collected really bizarre things, and my first thought isn't like, you're weird. My first thought is like, oh, that's pretty interesting. That's just me though, right?
Jason Caramanis, on one of his sermons, said that Steven Sharif collects Nazi artifacts from World War II.
And I remember when I went to their house, he had a room with all this old paraphernalia stuff, and I was like, wow, that's all really cool. They had some really weird stuff, like, creepy stuff, but they had like some guy that was like, and this is not, but inside their house, they had some guy that was like a member of the Hitler's SS.
Okay.
Right? Where they had like the guy's uniform and a ring. Okay.
Huh, so, sure.
They had some samurai swords. They had some, this was like, because they were gamers and they had all this gamer shit in their room. So they had a room full of all these stuff. And they probably bought all that shit with all fucking, money stolen from me and other people.
Now, we're going to play devil's advocate here. I understand the appeal of collecting Nazi artifacts because most of them were destroyed.
Isn't there like a billionaire that has like the largest Nazi antique collection in the world? I think it's like a private collection. That I don't know if he has other collections.
After the war.
Am I considering buying a phone holder? No, I think we're good. I think I got one over there somewhere.
I
what's up?
Understand how having rare things is cool. I get that having Nazi stuff may have an appeal because it's like, ooh, this is naughty. I shouldn't have this. I'm playing devil's advocate here. So I can understand why people want that.
Sure.
However, if you own Nazi artifacts, that's your one. That you get one, and that's it. You can't have anything else suspicious about you if you own Nazi artifacts. So we're gonna give him a pass.
Okay.
And to play devil's advocate,
sure.
Nazi artifacts are kind of like history's Pokemon cards. I'm sure having a fully preserved.
Okay, as a historian, there's more interesting things beyond that time period as well that you could collect, but yeah, whatever.
Red armband is like the Illustrator Pikachu of of history, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, that's your one. So if you have Nazi artifacts in your house, you are not allowed to laugh at George Droid memes. You are not allowed to follow fat fellas on Instagram. You better mind your P's and Q's if you have a Nazi room in your house. Unfortunately, there are other things.
I think he's gonna play like someone said in chat he's gonna play like a clip of Steven singing the hard R. I have no idea what the context of that is. I think some people mentioned in my Discord server chat like he was reading out loud something someone sent to him. So yeah, pretty funny video. But this is Zyvac. Steven Sharif has lost his mind debunking the gay Nazi theory. Ashes of Creation lawsuits. Well, that goes for any technical device with rare earth. Using stolen money to buy old shit owned and used by people who stole money to make them in the first place checks out. This is a Gianmarco bit. Okay, Cobb, I see where you're going from. Nazi gear plus the White Order. I am seeing a pattern. Maybe. Hold on. Give me like 1 second while I take care of something real quick. The White Order, the one with the what? Okay. All right, but yeah. My personal opinion, the whole Nazi thing. Again, there are many things you can collect for your own antique or historical collection. Again, I have fellow historian friends and acquaintances that have that own and collect other things outside that time period that are interesting and all that. I think we had a conversation earlier in Discord about like what is the political ideology of most historians. I don't know. I think the more accurate descriptor would be curiosity and open-mindedness rather than being strictly left, center, whatever, right? But if there are signs, as some people in chat are saying, I mean, sure. It's speculation though, right? I don't know. And I feel like you would see a hint of that in Steven's hiring, like the Intrepid Studios hiring practices. I have no idea how, you know, like, I don't know if it's an indication of anything. I have no idea how many, you know, Asians or African-American people or whoever was in Intrepid. Who knows? Who fucking knows? But I think the bigger thing here, apart from this one bit, is the alleged embezzlement, the alleged violations of the transactions made to Intrepid. The withholding of financial records is alleged by the lawsuit. And from Steven's side, the alleged physical threats or alleged legality of what the board did. I don't know, you know. As a standalone, if you're speaking of someone who's a big history fan, it might be a little sus, but okay. But when you look at everything that came out, the side eye isn't surprising. Sure. Yeah, I get that, Becca. Collect some Egyptian shit instead. Well, okay. Well, depends on what kind of Egyptian shit, right? Like, I don't think you should have a mummy. Some people have issues with that still, right? I mean, it's a dead body. It's a... Why are you laughing? Sorry. Yes, the White Order is... If you collect World War II artifacts, the Nazi shit is the most rare and expensive, sure. I think... Well, I don't know about... I think any of the either Imperial Japan or Nazi Germany's stuff can be pretty highly priced. I did see like in a store near us, the store was selling an antique World War II military motorcycle with the fucking little car next to it. It was like, well, how much was it? Like $3,000 or some shit like that. So that was pretty cool to see. You get pretty cool things like that pop up from time to time. Helmets, pretty common. Knives, also pretty common. The really weird stuff I've personally seen would be things like personal keepsakes from soldiers who died. That I feel like some of that stuff should definitely be in the museum rather than a private collection. Leave the Egyptians alone. They've been disturbed enough. Maybe stuff from Napoleon or Victorian era. I mean, listen, here's the thing. It's like things can be weird regardless of time period. That's all I'm gonna say, right? Like it doesn't matter if it was from World War II or World War One or from the 17th century. There's some weird things that do circulate that I've seen personally in people's collections as a historian, but I never really questioned their like ideology or anything like that. Not, my first thought was usually when I see things like that, wow, that's really interesting. Mind if I take a look at it? Or wow, that's cool. Where did you get it? My first thought is not like, oh my god, you're a misogynist because you have a cane from this one senator that voted against women's suffrage. You know what I mean? Like, I'm British. I must steal stuff from ruins and put it in my museum under my house. Most Nazi war medal. Yeah, sure. Whatever the intentions behind collecting Nazi items, will always be seen suspicious by most people. Yeah, sure. I think I mentioned that billionaire. Who is that billionaire? Billionaire who owns like the largest Nazi collection. And I don't know if that billionaire even owns other collections. I think this guy was involved with the whole Supreme Court justice guy, right? Clarence Thomas. Harlan Crow, correct. Harlan Crow. What does it say here? He has multiple historical collections. Collections include Hitler artifacts, 2 of Hitler's paintings of European cityscapes, a signed copy of Mein Kampf, and assorted Nazi memorabilia, plus a garden full of statues of the 20th century's worst despots. Crow, the billionaire heir to a real estate fortune, has said that he's filled his property with these mementos because he hates communism and fascism. Okay. Nonetheless, his collections caused an uproar back in 2015 when Marco Rubio attended the fundraiser at Crow's house on the eve of Yom Kippur. Okay. An anonymous source says, I still can't get over the collection of Nazi memorabilia. Okay. It would have been helpful to have someone explain the significance of all the items. Without that context, you sort of just gasp when you walk into the room. Interesting. One memorable aspect was the painting, something done by George W. Bush next to Norman Rockwell, next to one by Hitler. Oh, these are the pictures. Hitler's paintings are crazy expensive. I think this is like embroidered linens or towels or something. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it sounds like he has other things. He's got documents signed by Christopher fucking Columbus. Holy shit, dude. What a figure. George Washington. Paintings by Renoir and Monet. He idolizes Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher. Okay, buddy. All right. I have my own personal opinions on that one. But despite Crow's discomfort, the reporter did manage to see the Garden of Dictator statues. Okay. The Garden of Evil, Lenin, Stalin, Kissicow, Tito, who interestingly had a weird relationship with Stalin, if you're interested in that. But they're apparently not statues that he commissioned. They're bona fide artifacts from public stores across Europe and Asia that citizens toppled at the end of the. It kind of sounds like he collects a lot of things, but I don't know. But anyway, back to the topic. Yeah, I don't know what most people just buy Funko Pops or whatever. Are Funko Pops still a thing?
I literally. Yes, they're still a thing.
I know you have Funko Pops, but like I know that people still actively look for Funko Pops. Thank God Funko Pop and Labubu was well past the Third Reich. The whole Labubu thing has faded away. You know how many Labubus Becca has? Mm-hmm. Labubus. Real Labubus. Not Lafufus. Whatever they call it. She has 4 Labubus. She has real authentic 4 Labubus.
Doesn't count because I haven't even finished the collection.
Okay. You can get a lore accurate bio Labubu. Yeah. So those are the 2 videos that people wanted me to watch. So I think the last thing we're going to do for the stream here before we end it, I know we did a really very early stream, but I believe Lee was in like Thailand and I'm like in fucking Colorado. So the time zones are rough. Is there any question people have about the recent video? I did mention earlier, again, I'm not a journalist. I'm not a professional journalist. So there are a couple times I mentioned, yeah, there was more said, but I'm not going to include it. Journalists don't do that. I hope that made it clear enough to people who watched the video. But also, it also gives the implication, hopefully, to people who caught on that there is a lot more stuff I cannot share or could not share or will not share yet. Because again, privacy was tantamount. You know, I really wanted to keep the employees anonymous. And a lot of people mentioned in the comments and somewhere else, like, oh, these are very conflicting testimonies. Like one person saying this and the other person saying this about Steven. Well, of course, there's going to be conflicting accounts because you have to understand, I keep saying in the video and in the description of the video, the people I interviewed and asked questions, or they also reached out to me. A lot of people actually called me on my phone after, verification and so on. They occupied a wide range of positions from bottom to top at different periods of time throughout the company's history. So you're seeing little glimpses and so on and insights into what the company culture and Steven was like and what working there was like at different points in time from different people who may have never interacted with Steven or who may have never heard about what the hell is going on, right? It did seem like towards the end, things were a bit more defined. Whereas in the earlier days, things were a bit more loose in terms of the office space / workplace. Meaning that when things are more defined, they're also more compartmentalized, which means some people may not hear about shit until everybody else hears about shit. Rip to Steven Sharif, you would have loved Skibidi Toilet. What? So, yeah, I mean, I think the contradictions or conflicts people are seeing. I think there's a really good YouTube comment that I hearted. I think the person did a great job with a very simple summary. They said, if you asked 50 people their opinions about somebody, all those 50 opinions are going to have different things or conflicts with each other. I think it's a pretty good comment on this. I think it's logical. I will say though, I brought it up before the stream to the lawyer YouTuber, the Legal Mindset. I brought up the fact that apparently Steven or Intrepid hired a law firm, but they didn't listen to the law firm. And then, of course, that's a choice you make when you ask for legal opinions. Yeah, you can take it or leave it, but it's just kind of weird to me that they hired accounting firms and a law firm, but they didn't use them. Does that really came across off as, why even bother spending money on things you're not going to use? Here it says, we can confirm that there were outside accounting firms along with an outside law firm. There was apparently a team of accountants, which debatable, and this is someone's saying that Steven said it. And then Steven would regularly ignore the advice of the attorneys, saying that the company didn't have to listen to the lawyers, which I think that's fucking crazy. But okay, you were the lawyer, that's why. Okay, Payne. Payne's a Californian lawyer now. Yeah. Looks good on paper if the info wasn't put that they didn't use them. Yeah, feel free to ask questions about the video or what the employees said. Again, there's more, but anonymity is more important than making a video spicier. Steven thinks he's the smartest dude in there. When you guys, I don't know if everybody in the chat has watched the video or whatever. What is your opinion on Steven's personality? Because this is something I mentioned earlier in the live stream with Legal, that there doesn't seem to be a middle ground between the people who say, this guy is really cool, really friendly, really great. He took us to Vegas, blah, blah, blah. He played Magic the Gathering with us. And then the other group of people are like, yeah, did not like him. He was a control freak, whatever. Negative things. There doesn't seem to be a middle ground at all. And that, when I was processing all these questions and answers and interviews, I was like, and talking to people on the phone or talking to people through email or whatever, that just kind of really stuck out to me, because I'm like, usually when you ask 50 people for an opinion about yourself, there might be like 10 or 20 or 15 people that say, yeah, he's okay. Yeah, I don't know him too well, but from what I heard, he's okay. Or I know him, but whatever. Like there was none of that. It's very interesting to me. Love the guy, you would trust him with your money. Are you still hoping for Tim Sharif to reach out to you? So as I said in the video, I did get connected to Tim Sharif, Steven's older brother. I have his number and everything. And again, I said in the video, I'm not going to include things said off the record. Just kind of putting out there that, one, I'm not a journalist, and second, there's more that I'm not including. I did get in contact. I talked to him, and Jason's claim with Tim and Steven, Jason's claim that he put out on the live stream, on one of our live streams, was Steven scammed Jason. Oh, sorry, Steven. Jason would say that, but Steven scammed his older brother Tim Sharif. That's what Jason claimed on the live stream we had with him. The most recent one, the most recent phone call. So that's something I feel like I needed to put in this video, because, okay, well, the story now is not Tim is helping his younger brother safeguard the assets from Intrepid Studios or Ashes of Creation. The story now is Steven hoodwinked his own brother with the merchandise, got paid for it, according to Jason, and fucked off. So it's unfortunate if it is true what Jason is alleging. Steven scammed his own brother and left him out to dry, because what happened was, in a couple of days after this whole thing blew up, people started finding Ashes of Creation merchandise on Amazon, right? And they're like, who the fuck is selling Ashes of Creation merchandise? It's a company called 310 Nutrition. Who owns 310 Nutrition? It's Tim Sharif. Oh, They're brothers. They must be helping each other. But Jason is alleging that's not the case, right? I saw the video and completely agree with the off-record aspect, hoping that Tim will appear on the stream and speak his perspective as Jason did. Who knows? That's totally up to people and the legal advice that they're given by lawyers and so on. Am I still hoping that Steven reaches out to me? I don't know. I think we talked about this earlier, right? We were like, if he wants to reach out to me, cool. But also, I think whoever he reaches out to, be careful with how you handle it. But also, I don't think there's a choice in how you would handle such an interview right now from a person that's having so many lawsuits dumped on him and so many allegations leveled against him. At some point, you're just going to be like, I think you're going to have to let him go. Like, keep going. You can ask him questions, really hard questions. I would ask him questions that I know, but I would not expect him to answer it. He strikes me as quite narcissistic. He's very transactional from an emotion perspective. He's very charming and absolutely took advantage of the developer who thinks like a gamer person. He very much cares about how everyone looks at him, but if he feels slighted in a minimal amount, his ego takes over. Is that what you guys think about him? With certain people, there is no middle ground in how they're perceived. Steven fits right into that category. I think one very interesting statement from an employee was, a lot of people are bringing up the chef, right? There was a chef that essentially was a personal chef according to the employees. And, after this video came out, more employees reached out to me and said, they corroborated things that were already corroborated according to these statements. But they all confirmed that, yeah, there was a chef. There was a personal chef basically, but they also said that the chef would cook for the employees, but then that never happened. A lot of people are focusing on this, but because I'm more interested in the psychological aspect of Steven, right? Like, he cried when employees quit because he took it very personally. He told us he couldn't eat or sleep when employees quit. I think it's a very key thing to look at here from a more psychoanalytical view. He cried when employees quit. I'm not shaming anyone for their emotional output. I would never judge you if you cried in front of me about whatever you're going through. But when he is crying, assumingly when people quit his company, but also he's crying in front of people still there, that's sort of a red flag to me, because I feel like maybe you're trying to make the people who stayed feel bad for you, but also not quit. But then he goes on to say he told us, he didn't show this, he told us he couldn't eat or sleep when employees quit. That's, I think, adding to that red flag, right? Like, he's not showing you that he can't eat or sleep. He's just saying straight up to you, hey, man, this guy left. I cried, or he did cry in front of them. And then he says, I can't eat or sleep when people quit. I think that's weird. Okay. It's all just manipulation from a man-child. If he actually was a multimillionaire, people no way would cry foul about him having a chef. I'm going to reply to this. But yeah, it's interesting. Cop says him and Pirate Software cut from the same. I don't know the YouTuber Pirate Software. I've seen some of his shorts when he was blowing up. I was working on a video because someone reached out to me about the thing between him and Margaret. trying to clarify some things. I guess this person was involved somehow. I was making a video on this right before Jason contacted me, but I don't know the guy. I actually had to go research a bit more. What the fuck? Why people? Because I got so many comments on my YouTube video about Pirate Soft. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Why do so many people hate this guy? So I started like researching a bit more into the background and all that. And man, I was a little overwhelmed because there's so much shit out there about this one guy. I'm like, what the fuck? People got a hate boner for him. And then right at that point, Jason reached out to me. I was like, okay, well, let's switch gears for now and do that. What is it? He actually was a multimillionaire. Nobody would cry if he was actually a multimillionaire. Nobody would cry foul about him having a chef. I have upper middle class relatives who virtually never cook for themselves. It was part of his I am rich persona. Yeah, I think someone in the comments said, well, who cares if you had a personal chef, right? Like, you know, this guy was getting $500K a year or $600K a year, right? I mean, is it supposed to be millionaire, billionaire? I mean, who cares? But the point is not having a personal chef. The point is having a personal chef when you're allegedly missing payroll, when you almost can't pay your employees, and you're also taking suspicious, withdrawals from the transactional withdrawals from your company checking out. Like that's the point here, right? No one cares if you have a personal chef or not. Kidney failure also just another lie to manipulate. On the flip side, it could also be genuine and demonstrate emotional immaturity in handling something with so much responsibility. Yeah, I'm not a psychiatrist, so I don't know. As a chef here, Mega Johnny says, especially if you're in his home, you hear things, they talk to you, you don't work if your check bounces. If you stayed, there's more to it. So maybe they prioritize paying him over like the other employees, right? Who knows? Speculation at this point. Why do people have the hate for Thor? I had to research it, and it's a long ass rabbit hole. I did try to reach out to the chef. Becca was a personal chef, but my contact never happened. But yeah, this part was kind of stood out to me. The whole Neil DeKeat, my personal opinion is, I don't know why the board of investors would email from Intrepid Studios email address. Someone had to have made this email address, right? And then disguise themselves as Nihil DeKeat, a Latin term that means he says nothing. I think my personal opinion is, whoever picked this name to send out the layoff letter and shit to people, a little pompous. Why are you using Latin as a name, right? I don't know. Like, I think some employees said, oh, I don't know who. All the employees basically say, we don't know who sent that shit. And they had their own opinions about it. Steven spoke Elvish. What? Yeah, there were some people that, yeah, there was a few that said, yeah, it felt like he was playing game dev, like he was playing house. And I think there are people who've given positive statements about Steven as a person, and people who've given negative statements, but a very common denominator seems to be, yeah, the scope was unrealistic. We thought the budget was unlimited. We also thought, it was weird that he would switch resources up, and if we were almost done one part of the project, he would just switch it at the last second. There's a lot of hate, sorry, not a lot, but there's some hateful comments saying, oh, devs are shit anyway. How can you work for like 9 to 10 years and not produce shit? But I'm just like, did you guys watch the video? If your boss tells you, hey, just switch it up to a different part of the project, and you never finish your side projects or anything, I mean, what can you do? What can you say to your boss? No. I mean, you could argue for it. You could be like, hey, you could say, hey, Steven, I know you're trying to do this, but like, can we try this? But then if he says no, well, what the fuck are you going to do? You're not the boss. You're not the one paying the other your coworkers. So what the fuck are you going to do? Besides say, all right, Steven. All right, we'll we'll get off this one part of the game and move to the other. I'm not blaming the employees, but if these guys were experienced devs, someone in the business using a term like unlimited resources should raise major red flags with you. Yeah, but so many people also thought, I think part of the hate towards the developers here that have at least, given these public statements, I think part of it is kind of self-hate from some people. I'm not saying everybody, from some people that they can't admit that they also fell for what Steven was peddling in terms of his reputation or image, that this was a millionaire or billionaire gamer. So if you fell for it while you're outside of the workplace and not in the thick of it, how can you really blame people who were in the thick of it, right? And of course, there were people who quit that gave their statements too, right? So obviously some people saw it. As for the people who may not have seen it, maybe they did. I mean, according to some of the statements, maybe they turned a blind eye because they kept getting reassurances from Steven. You saw all those reassurances that Steven gave in the text messages that Jason handed over to me, and Jason kept giving him money. So he can, and that was over text messages, right? So if you're in person with this guy, maybe he'll fool you, And I don't think, if you're, there's a chart that we showed on the stream earlier. It's a chart of pay. God, where is it? A lot of people, I think, are getting this misconception that every single developer at Intrepid was being paid. Oh my God, why is it loading? It's loading forever. A lot of people are getting this misconception, that the devs are getting paid this. This is anticipated salary. This is like bonuses or what you could potentially get after launch or after, alphas or betas are complete or launch. I think people are looking at this. They're like, oh my God, everyone's making six. But the actual salary range, this is crazy to me. Look at this. Look at these numbers, right? $55,000 to $70,000. 75 to 90. And from what a lot of people have said, reaching out to me, and I'll say this because it doesn't really identify anybody, is that a lot of developers were not being paid six figures or close to six figures. They're being paid anywhere between 60 to 70 or 50 to 70, right? And that might, I don't know, depending on where you're from, that might be great. But if you are in San Diego and, if you're in California, but you're also in San Diego, fucking good luck. Good luck with that. People are like, I think people in the comments are like, oh, California's not that bad. But I'm just thinking to myself, but this was San Diego. Have you ever been to San Diego? Have you seen how much it is? Have you looked at how much rent? Also, I think for a studio on average in San Diego, it's almost $3,000 a month, bro, for rent for a fucking studio. So it's what if you have family or children? And they obviously do. I mean, one of the devs talked about how, the health insurance being gone is going to affect some families. So compound groceries, utility bills, rent, family, childcare. I mean, you fucking think you can survive $55,000 in San Diego with that? I don't think so. Personally, don't think so. But I mean, I would love to watch a video of somebody trying it. I don't think so. And remember, it's not like they were paid $55,000 lump sum for the entire year at the start of the year. This is based on hours, right? So you're not even getting all of this at once. So I'm seeing a lot of comments saying, I don't feel sorry for the developers. Because what dumbass cannot manage financials for a month if they lose a job and they have to survive? If they're all being paid, if most of them are being paid less than six figures and they're in the 60 to 70,000 median range in San Diego, that's fucking crazy. I think I'm also getting the sense that maybe, maybe I don't know how many people they hired in spikes. I know how many they hired. By the end, I think they had 210 people. 130, some of them are not remote. So over half of that, not remote, in San Diego, most of them not being paid 6 figures. And then this shit happens. Yeah, of course, I think that's be more than perfectly reasonable to assume people don't have the means to live anymore in San Diego. Especially, can you imagine, like, you have to be in my shoes for a second, because when I talk to a lot of these people, I was like, I talked to a couple where they had to relocate to California or San Diego. Can you imagine coming from out of state or from out of San Diego, being promised a fucking job? You go there, you do your job, and you're essentially told the budget is unlimited. And that's fucking more of that later, but that's paradise for a game dev, for some guy in the trenches. One, you have unlimited budget and time, bro. Basically, fuck it, let's do it. Let's fucking work on it. That's cool. I got all these great ideas. Since we're not constrained by money, which is the number one factor in any industry. And second, when you're being told that this guy has an unlimited budget and he's a billionaire gamer, he's funding everything, and he keeps telling that over and over on streams and to the public, and there's this assurance that, hey, if the game doesn't launch, I'll refund everybody. As a dev or worker, you see that shit, that's job security right there, bro. Why would you get fired or laid off if this guy can essentially keep your job forever? So I would also understand part of a potential, lack of preparation financially on some people would be that they thought they would have job security or long-term job security. So I think that was probably fucked up. And that's probably part of why it's fucked up to me when I'm talking to these, former employees. Shit is just too expensive. Has anyone ever told you have a sexy voice? Thanks, Senpai. Has Becca? What does Becca think about my voice? No? She's looking at me, staring at me. That's a good point. The salary prices are pre-taxes. Yeah, exactly. You're living a poor life at 50K. My ex-partner lives in Irvine, California, which is between San Diego and LA. It's crazy over there. Yeah, but there's a lot of comments saying, oh, these people are fucking dumb. Like, how could you be almost homeless after not being paid? I'm just like, have you ever been? Let people know the socio-economical fact of these United States of America. 40% of people can't afford $500 in an emergency. 60+% of people can't afford a $1,000 emergency. 70+% of people, which includes 100K a year wage, live from paycheck to paycheck. Yeah, I talked about the refund. So this, I think people are looking at this this category, and they're like, oh, they all made 6 figures. No, this is what was promised. Basically, hey, if we get to these milestones and we launch the game, I mean, you're a fucking junior dev. Dude, can you imagine just entering the gaming industry as a junior developer, and you're like getting paid $55,000 or $60,000, whatever, a year, and then this guy's telling you, by the way, you work hard, all that shit, and we launched the game. You're gonna be making fucking 6 figures a year, buddy. Wouldn't you be like, oh yeah, okay, shit, I'm not calling the devs dumb, just probably a bit naive in some cases, and that's the thing too. How many of these people were just entering the industry, or just people who wanted to make a game, or were not experienced enough in the industry? What was a good majority, or what if it's a good amount of them, right? Like, they don't know. So that's why I'm when I see the comments like that, I'm just like, you don't know the situation, you don't know their situation, you don't know what level of experience they may have had. Who knows? Obviously, again, it's going to be a wide range of statements, because again, the people I asked questions and got answers from We're in many different positions at different points of time. This is monthly no, this is yearly salary. Oh, no dev is getting paid.
All right, now if we were talking about monthly,
Shit, let me be a game developer for 50K a month. Really. All right, shit, just fucking, I'll be a fucking QA worker, quality assurance worker for 50K a fucking month. What the shit? No, this is yearly. This is per year. So you'd be, like, bro, I would not work in motherfucking California for 60, 70K a year. In San Diego, specifically, too. Like, holy shit, dude. Can you imagine? Would you be up for making a copium pool? What would early backers want? A refund or Dawson? Can I make a copium pool? In Twitch pool or something? I'll start a pool. I don't know. What do you want? Refunds or the game? Yeah, I started the poll in YouTube chat. I'll start the poll in Twitch chat as well. How do I...
you forget how to start a poll.
Hold on.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. Create a new pool. What do you want? Refunds. The game. And I'll make it like 10 minutes. Cool. The poll is in Twitch and YouTube chat. So tell me, if Ashes of Creation had 200 devs, how they're fucking out of money. I mean, Steven sued for 100. What do you mean? Can you clarify that question? How are they out of money if they had 200 developers? I mean, maybe they're out of money because they had 200 developers towards the end. I definitely think there was an irresponsibility in overhiring, especially if the allegations are to be believed. And they're pretty believable at this point to a lot of people, that Steven was funding the company with other people's money, and at that point, they're going to be out of money. Yeah, I mean, the number one. So when we cover on this channel layoffs in the industry of the people who actually work in the trenches, part of the reason why companies do that, including Microsoft, Sony, whoever, everybody at this point, is to cut down costs to increase your profit margin, because the number one cost usually is human labor, especially in the game development industry. So that's why you're seeing a lot of layoffs. It's rough, and you could make the argument that they overhired during COVID potentially, but even then, that's still an irresponsible thing to do. I know a lot of tech companies downsized after COVID, at least in the States. So yeah, I don't know. And I don't think Ashes made enough in revenue or profit every month to sustain not only the cost of the employees, but also the cost of the servers and shit. No publisher even wanted to invest in AOC. Well, that's Steven claims otherwise in text messages and so on. Jason's claiming that Riot Games was involved at one point for a potential deal. So I think people were potentially interested, but maybe they took a look at it and then they just kind of noped out, or something happened, something else happened, that made the deals fall through. Steven said every year game costs over 17 to 20 million. Yeah. Riot won't even make their own fucking MMO, bro. I mean, they're still working on it, right? Copium? No? Okay, so the YouTube poll says, what do you want? 64% of people who voted says the game. 35% says refunds. I take the refunds. What the?
Like
Dude, let's go.
people who put a lot of money into it would rather have money back, and people who put less into it just want to see the damn game. That makes sense.
Sure. 70% of Twitch chat wants the game. 30%. Oh, it's roughly the same numbers.
Yeah.
30% want refund. I am in the 30%. I want my $250 back, brother.
So the game would be nice, but I don't have enough money yet.
Well, what's the game even gonna look like if you get the game? That's a bigger question to me.
I don't think it would be what's been promised for the last 10 years. I think it would be something very different.
Mm-hmm. Blippity Blop says, when you next speak with Jason, can you ascertain why Dawson prevented Steven from accepting the deal from Riot? He wouldn't know anything about that. My personal fun theory is Steven overhyped it so well to Rob Dawson, and Rob Dawson was like, oh my god, this is gonna be the next fucking Blizzard MMO or that World of Warcraft. And he believed the hype. And so he told Steven, yeah, you know what? We could probably make more than 100 million that they're offering. Steven, I wonder what Steven would have felt at that point if my theory is true. Like, holy shit, I fucked up.
All fairness, so many of us believe the hype.
Sure.
So.
Sure. Are there servers still? I have no idea. I don't care.
Some people are saying they're getting into the game, but you can't progress to the main story.
Mm-hmm.
So word is servers are up. They just aren't functioning.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they were functioning well before, but
Bro, you know Steven is in here lurking. I mean, he was last time.
he hasn't been so far today, but that could change.
Who knows? Steven's still willing to talk to you.
I was a bit busy. I didn't see him.
Mm-hmm. What's my opinion? Public, as a person covering it, I'd still like to remain neutral and open. But again, I think Zyback mentioned the whole bias thing, and I'm like, yeah, I mean that's true. I'm so close to so much more information than I've put out. It's hard for me to separate myself from that bias.
Especially since you haven't heard much of anything from Steven himself.
Right. I would love to hear from Steven himself, but he has been unresponsive.
And so when you're getting everyone else's side of the story, it's kind of hard.
Sure. But I'm also seeing not just stories, but other things.
Right. Experience,
So,
hard facts,
numbers,
kinds of things. Yeah.
documents that aren't public yet. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, guys? Like, yes, I'm more than curious about asking him things. Would love to hear what the fuck was going on his end, even if those are mere allegations. Just kind of like see. But I really think he's gonna like. I've offered him any kind of format of an interview or something. I've offered, not streaming it. I've offered recording it. I've offered, all that shit. Even text. He can write me an email, but no response. And I think that's fine with me. Whoever he wants to go with, go for it. I would react. It's like I would want to see more information put out. Simply put. But I think again, whoever handles it, careful. Be very careful with that. Or at least expect a lot of backlash. Right. I mean, you can handle it however way you want. But I think I got so much. I think the other, 2 streams ago, I said something like, because I was talking to Steven on the live stream, and I was like, I'd love to talk to you. And then people got really mad at me because why would you want to talk to this guy? He's a fucking liar. Blah blah blah. Like, are you fucking selling out? Blah blah blah. I'm like, no, dude. I'm just trying to get everyone's fucking perspective. So there's gonna be 100% there would be backlash. If Steven Sharif is here, remind him that the Nevada filings allege criminal acts, FINRA violations, and wire fraud. recording loan proceeds as revenue for refinancing. Yeah, I brought that up earlier. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty not good. You voted for the game because I would have rather they restructured and paid the devs who kept going. Well, from what Jason has publicly said, that was going to be the case, that they wanted to continue developing to get an ROI. You know, I mean, they're so deep in with their money, over $100-some million. Why wouldn't you want to finish it and get money back, right? What are your thoughts on the theory that Riot had to restart development on their new MMO because they were hoping to buy Ashes and use its assets when they made their offer? That's a pretty interesting theory. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? I think someone on my Discord server said Trindamir from Riot may have looked at Ashes, but I don't know. The interviewer will have it tough because of the viewer's expectations. I mean, I don't really understand what viewer expectations are for such a thing. Because if you think about it for like 5 seconds, what the hell, like if you're in an interview and you keep asking questions and the person keeps going and not answer your questions or decline to comment on the questions or answer what are you supposed to do at that point? What would you do? What would you guys do? Would you just stop the interview right there and then, or let the dude keep going? I think most people would let him keep going, but obviously that will create backlash. Just being objective here. You could try asking questions, but it doesn't mean people will answer your questions. You can't trust a word Steven says ever again. I mean, I would advise you don't trust anyone except, like, I'm very partial to the employees, because at least the ones I've talked to, they don't really have a reason to lie. A few of the testimonies were very honest, earnest. So I'm publicly leaning more towards the employees, because one, they are the most vulnerable party, like objectively speaking, in this legal dumpster fire, right? They haven't been paid yet still. That's what I would be leaning towards. What would you ever trust, Steven? I would not. Like, even when I was talking, like, I said this multiple times, even when I was talking to Jason, I was like, I was still taking some of what he was, actually a lot initially, with a grain of salt, because I was like, this is your version of the story. And I made sure he understood that, because I involved him in the creative process for the video because I had to. Because I was like, is showing this screenshot fine? Is showing this text message fine? Right? Is this information okay to share? Blah, blah, blah. And I made it clear that this is your side of the story. This is your account, not me. I'm just going to put this out there because you've offered. Vet some of the shit you're saying. Vet who you are. Okay, cool. Let's put it out there. Let's just put the information out there for people to look at. And it's interesting. Employees have a reason to lie, okay, but they have the must reason to tell the truth than anyone. That's how I look at it. Okay, yeah, that's a very fair position. Yeah, sure, maybe some of them are disgruntled or had a fight with Steven, and yeah, maybe they could have embellished or lied, right? But they do have more of a reason to tell the truth at this point when everything is gone. And of course, you know, I told them, hey, I'm just going to make everyone anonymous. Because there were a couple devs that reached out to me, and they're like, I don't give a fuck. And I was like, okay, let me think about it. And then I got back to them, and I was like, just a heads up, I'm going to make everyone anonymous. Because one, and I say in the video, I think if I made you guys not anonymous, but everybody else is, you're just going to face more whatever the internet will throw at you. You know, and also I really don't want to be responsible for anyone losing connections or employment prospects in a shitty ass industry that can be very toxic, right? Again, because I also mentioned in this video, I've been threatened in the gaming industry by fucking corpo that, hey, Nephis, you need to stay in your place. You need to stay put in your place because the gaming industry is small. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, nah, I don't work in the industry. I make more than whoever the fuck is working in the industry, right? So it's more brutal, I feel like, if you're actually working in the industry. The Christmas party, that was also a really interesting detail because people mentioned, oh, you know, him and John dressed up as Santa and his elf. That's cool. You know? Like, that's cool. Yeah. That's the side that you saw privately. I don't think anyone can reasonably question the integrity of Nephis QS, but people are going to be hyper alert to any bullshit, so they will err on the side of protecting themselves from being lied to. It's kind of funny that you mentioned my integrity here, because some of the comments on this video were like, and some of the comments in the other Discord server, they were like, how do I know you didn't make this shit up? And I'm just thinking to myself, okay, I guess you don't, but there's also like, I kind of struggle to answer that a little bit because, you know, I'm not a professional journalist. I've had some experience with journalism back in like 2012, 2013, but like I'm not actually a journalist. So I kind of struggle to answer that because it's like, okay, well, there's some things that are not in the public knowledge that are being said that people can corroborate later, probably in lawsuits or whatever. In court, there's multiple people that are, because I'm not taking them into one Discord voice chat and interviewing everybody at the same time. I'm doing this separately. The people who've given me statements and answers, they don't know who else has given answers. So there were a lot of common threads in what they were saying, and I was like, okay, this is either a very elaborate hoax that runs so deep that even with how we verified them, you know, it turned out okay, right? Like, so, you know what I mean? So I was like, all right, how do I answer this question? And my answer was basically, yeah, maybe I'm making shit up. Who knows? So that's up to you. That's up to you to decide. And also, like, some people were saying things like, you share the screenshots of your emails and or like voice recordings of phone calls. I'm just thinking to myself, like, so you think, one, I'm faking my voice. Second, I'm faking testimonies and verified sources, but you don't think I would fake screenshots or phone calls? So I'm just like, okay. I guess. I mean, believe it or not, I don't, you know, this is just me putting it out there because no one said anything about the employees. Nobody. Who said shit about the employees? Nobody. Just the fact that, hey, no one's getting paid. No one's ever heard from the employees until now. So that's the point of the video. Dick, the Christmas parties were dope. You lean on the side of very elaborate hoax. Okay. An elaborate hoax, Steveception. I like how one person basically said, yeah, there were weird things happening, you know? Because a lot of people were saying, oh, they're completely oblivious. That psychological question, the answer is themselves. They have to find that answer, not have someone to prove it to them. Sure. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this whole thing, because again, like, this person had so many nice things to say. Oh, you know, he ordered food for like 10, 15, 20 fucking people, you know, after work. he'd play, the funniest common denominator seems to be the Magic the Gathering. Quite a few people mentioned that. Magic the Gathering, sometimes he would host Dungeons and Dragons, fucking go to the movie theaters, Christmas parties. But yeah, this person had nice things to say. He was friendly, treated us like a family. He didn't seem like a narcissist. But then they have other things to say, like, but at work, actually working, he was more difficult. He changed his scope a lot. Wild scope changes. Really ambitious. But, these things, maybe, I just was like, okay, I mean, we have unlimited time and money. Essentially, that's what was advertised, both publicly and privately, it seems. He was a friend to us. But also, we're not doing it the game dev way. I love how John is kind of in the background of a lot of these, like, I feel like John is really in the background, except for the TFE Games holding lawsuit. John Moore, the CFO or whatever he was, just kind of in the background, bro. Yeah, sometimes he plays the elf for Santa, Steven Santa. Okay, cool. Yeah, we have to hunt him down for a credit card. Okay, but like, he really didn't do much at work. Like, nothing really. He didn't seem interested in game development. I don't know, man. I guess you don't necessarily have to, because this is a hot topic right now, because the Phil Spencer stepped down, right? And then he's replaced by a woman, I forget her name, Asha something. She has no game dev or gaming background, it seems. She is like, she knows how to play the corporate game, very obviously from her history, her corporate history. I think she was Instacart or whatever, Facebook. Okay, cool. She knows how to play the corporate game. But I don't think you necessarily have to have a gaming background to be a good CFO or something for a gaming company, Step down. Being your employee's friend usually doesn't translate well to being a good boss. People with weak leadership skills tend to confuse being liked with being respected. It's hard to respect someone who's always trying to buy your friendship. Is it though, if they're like bombing you with gifts, free food, trips to Vegas? Because something that's a little abnormal. It's not like he's buying pizza. Yeah, exactly. He's not buying a pizza party for you, and you know what I mean? Like, he's taking you to fucking Vegas. Like, oh yeah, sure, let's go for a weekend to Vegas. So I think it's a little bit more intensive. That sounds exactly like something someone faking their voice would say. If your CEO says he has to liquidate crypto to make payroll, chances are that's a sign you're in a bit of an unusual circumstance. Yeah. Because there could be a whole host of excuses for missing payroll or almost missing payroll on the front facing the employees, right? It's like, oh, maybe this didn't come through, so you know what, I'll just liquidate some, a few Bitcoins to help you guys, or to help expedite the payroll. I mean, that is weird. So, I don't know, man. I think at the end of all this, whether you were in it or out of it, it's definitely easy to say, oh, this was very obvious, or there were a lot of red flags in hindsight. Like, we have the fortunate circumstance of knowing this now, or knowing more things in hindsight. So I think we can more easily say, like, yeah, you should have seen it coming. She's gonna jam AI slop into every aspect of Xbox and kill and force it to PC or PlayStation. Well, even if, I mean, they're not even they're not even marketing their console or even games anymore. They're more interested in the market share. They have been for the past few years. They're more interested in market share of gaming rather than the hardware aspect or the exclusivity aspect, which is why they're okay with marketing their games and putting their games on, their competitor. So technically, yes, PlayStation did win the console war. Good job, guys. But Xbox, Xbox is no longer I don't think it really has been for a while a gaming company. It's more just of an arm of Microsoft to get some more market share of a different industry, right? Yeah, they lost billions. Every acquisition they made has been a massive fail. Maybe they're playing the long game. I don't know about you guys, but even in work, I don't take anything the boss gives me unless it is a raise, because to me, it can be used against me even if it is done from a place of heart. Well, what do we're gonna wrap up here pretty soon. What do you guys think was something that stood out to you from the employees? Or did anyone have any questions before we wrapped up? I'm still kind of hung up on the whole crying thing, because it's like, that seems a little manipulative to me, and the whole, oh, I'm not able to eat or sleep. And also not listening to, like, I don't get it. Like, what would you hire a law firm? What's next? What do you mean, what's next? On the stream or just in general? Like an upcoming video or something? I think really the only thing I would even cover at this point are just Jason's lawsuit and the information after that. A possible talk with Steven. But I think this is kind of, this whole Ashes thing, you just have to wait. Everyone has to wait for the dust to settle. So we'll probably move on to talking about other shit. Gaming or whatever. I would love to interview I would love to interview developers of upcoming projects. Not in the MMO space strictly, but just like in the gaming space. How many employees have I spoken to that did believe much of this whole Ashes thing? Well, it was a mixed bag. Some people were uncertain because apparently Steven would make weird decisions or questionable decisions. Some people thought he was just batshit crazy and left. Some people thought, yeah, we can make this work because we have an unlimited budget. You know, I think one employee said, if we had known the actual financial situation, we could have come up with a plan. But, you know, where is it? I think it's here somewhere. Yeah, someone, yeah, here it is. We were told we had virtually unlimited resources. The truth is, if we knew from the beginning what the actual financial situation was, we could have scoped out an actual plan. The Battle Royale was an epic waste of time and money and took massive advantage of investors who were utterly clueless to game development. So even this guy really talking about how they believed in the project and all that, he's like, well, if only we had known, right? If only we had known. Even the more optimistic people are like, oh, if only we had known. Or something. We could have made something happen. I think it's incredibly irresponsible to tell your workers that you have an unlimited fucking budget, all right? There's no such thing as an unlimited fucking budget, all right? Unless you're the fucking Pentagon. But even then, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. Reach out to Phil Spencer and find out why he got fired. I don't know about that. I don't think he would talk to me. I think it was employee R, but they seem pissed. You really liked employee R. Okay. Employee R is what? The person who, yeah, said all this shit. I also never believe Steven when he says he's funding the project by himself. He wasted too much time, resources, and pivoted too often. Who the hell says, hey, you know what would be fun? I spent 10 years dumping my own money into a project that hasn't shipped and plays like it's been in development for 2 years. And this person said, you know, you gotta believe me when I tell you every last person in that studio knew it did make sense. I don't know what you're talking about. The project was fully funded. Ego? Sure. put a shoe on your head so I know this isn't pre-recording, you are an AI. Cute. Yeah, this person, yeah, doomed from the start, controlling. He felt he knew best at all times. But they also acknowledged the fact that, hey, did my coworkers and all these developers, did they love gaming? Did they love did they love the project? Did they really want to make the game? He even says, yeah, of course. But he also says, again, that a lot of people, or a considerable amount of people, thought Steven was a complete joke. But this kind of goes back into the work dynamics, the work relationship dynamics. So can you say no to your boss if you want to keep your job? When I watched that video that you guys recommended me earlier, and that video included like Steven saying, what was it about Narc? That he made definitive statements and that he'll be well within his right to pursue legal options against a YouTuber. That was my first time hearing that shit. And I was like, what the fuck? But then now with that information, with that very public call, I guess, yeah, with Usman Gold, I feel like if I were a worker and my boss was a billionaire, because some people have been like, why didn't they blow the whistle? Or why didn't they come out earlier? And he's also willing to be very litigious and threaten lawsuit against the fucking YouTuber. I think a lot of employees also probably thought, well, I should probably not piss him off and keep my head down, because otherwise he'll just sue me to homelessness. Right? If you are fed the lie, the alleged lie that he's not, he's a billionaire, are you really willing to go up against that? Most people are not willing to go up against multi-billion or multi-million dollar companies, right? Most people aren't. You know why, when I quit ESO and all that, and made that video, very public video, I think it's over 100,000 views at this point or some shit, explaining all the shit, all the bullshit, and the bullshit that has not come out yet. That there's still shady shit going on behind there, by the way, that I know of. Why do you think I did it? But also, why do you think other people that are apparently my friends or whatever did not come out very publicly? Because they don't want to get, they thought, oh my god, I don't want to piss off a billion-dollar company under a billion-dollar conglomerate, under a trillion-dollar fucking Microsoft corporation, right? But also at the same time, nobody wants to fucking risk anything, right? But newsflash, I never got sued, never got a cease and desist letter, because all that shit in the video was true. So even with the truth, people are not willing to be public in their support or to corroborate things that they saw people experience. I would not be surprised if more bullshit came out from Intrepid in like the months or weeks to come about how there was more malignant stuff, malicious stuff going on. I would not be surprised, because most people don't want to fucking get sued or sent a scary cease and desist letter. You know, I think most people would just cave. What I found interesting was that his constant goal moving explained so much. Oh, like, yeah, I mean, I think one big thing people mentioned was the Battle Royale. And what was it? The Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 move, which when I saw the development update years ago, I was like, this seems a little unnecessary, because I was thinking about specs that most people use, and I was like, I don't know if I could even stream the game. And you know what? When Alpha 2 came out, it was hard to stream Alpha 2, guys. If you tune into my live streams where I was just checking out Alpha 2 at various points during Alpha 2 phase, I was struggling. The FPS was dog shit. My CPU was getting killed. My GPU was being fried. I'm like, all right, this is pretty bad. It's not optimized. Most people, I don't think, even have what streamers have in terms of specs, right? So I don't understand. I think that was one of the first things I mentioned in that content creator program, because they asked for feedback, and I was like, definitely try to optimize, because this is nuts. This is insane. Like I can barely run it while streaming, because that's a key word you're at, while streaming. But you want us to showcase this? How? I think in the email said something along the lines of, hey, Steam Early Access launch is coming. I can show the email here. Probably. It says something along the lines of, hey, Early Access launch is coming. Make sure when you stream, your settings in game are on high. Let me look. But I was like, okay, I'll try streaming on high quality settings while streaming. I was like, oh, this is not gonna happen. Yeah, I'll try to find it real quick before I let you guys go. High setting. Well, it might be easier if I just search by ashes. I mean, all of Reddit saw it coming years ago, so it's not like it blindsided everyone. Like, there are memes about ashes for years for a reason. Sure, but I feel like that is the case for any Kickstarter project, right? How much flack does Star Citizen get, bro? And that's still going on Reddit, right? I can't find it. It's like buried. High settings. Ashes. Fuck it. But there, I'll find it later. But there was an email basically telling all the streamers, hey, make sure you stream on high settings. And I'm like, okay. And it just fucking just did not work out. That's all I'm gonna say. Path of Exile? Yeah. Here we go again. Epitome, the newest Kickstarter MMO, is at 580,800. What? No way. Let me look. Okay, let me know if you have any more questions before we wrap up that wrap up the stream about the employee video. I was actually really surprised to learn that there were more investors coming in to fund Intrepid Studios, and they were invited. And then, I guess before they made a decision, the game died. So a lot of investors dodged the bullet. Yeah, what's about them? All right, so this is the Kickstarter. So what's this? Someone mentioned this in chat. Epitome, the immersive MMORPG with AI-powered NPCs. So it's like Where Winds Meet. Pledge for access to pre-alpha. Pre-alpha, no pay-to-win, Unreal Engine 5.7. Experience an incredibly immersive living world with AI-powered NPCs and quests. Funded in 44 hours. What the hell is this? Steven? What the? Okay. You can play as soon as you pledge, gamers. Unreal Engine 5.6 visuals. Skill-based action combat.
Quest I can do there.
Zethar 33. The coastline is indeed a rich.
AI-powered NPCs with voice and text chat. Proprietary MMO server technology and anti-cheat system. Built with the community. Strictly no pay to win. Content already playable. 4 characters. Map M1. Skills and stats. Questing and fair drop. Progression and gear. Teleportation. Friends and parties. Trading. Chatting. Upgrading and enhancing. Morality system. Monoliths. Everything you just saw is already in-game and playable. And this is only the beginning. Coming next. So much shit. Okay. Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot, gamers. It's a lot. It's so much. Back Epitome now on Kickstarter. Join the community. Help us share it.
Hey guys, I'm Nick, co-founder of Epitome. Welcome to our Kickstarter. I'm very excited to show you what we built and what we're expanding towards.
All right, hello.
Epitome is an immersive action MMORPG with PvE and open PvP built around
It looks like Where Winds Meet
classic progression
and Ashes merged.
With a full set of core MMO systems you can play and test yourself during the Kickstarter campaign.
Yeah.
We've added a new immersion layer with AI-powered NPCs you can talk to with your voice or via text chat. They remember your conversations, negotiate rewards, shape dynamic quests based on your choices, making the game feel truly alive. And this is just the beginning. We're expanding the immersion layer with AI companions and autonomous AI characters that travel the world and pursue their own agendas. We're also expanding the game with 8 more maps, and then, past level 99, we're adding a huge open world with globe simulation. We're also adding to our sandbox layer large-scale guild and faction warfare.
God, it's 12 minutes long.
Territory control, player housing, bigger.
Yeah. You got everything. You got housing, you got pets, you got monoliths, you got AI NPCs, you got questing content. And our first map's already out, brother. You got an inventory system. You got trading. I'm not trying to hate on the Kickstarter. I'm not trying to hate on the project. Well, I mean, good luck to them. I hope they make the best game possible. But like, I don't know. I don't think I'm very surprised. $580,000 and $580,000, $907, dude. And their goal was $101,535. But it's so I guess they cobbled together on Unreal Engine 5, as they said. There's a story. All right. Dear adventurers, we know how it feels waiting for that game like Ashes of Creation you've been hyped about, only to watch release dates slip further and further away like Ashes of Creation. Sometimes for several years or even longer. It's frustrating like Ashes of Creation. And honestly, we've had enough of Ashes of Creation too. That's why when we started creating Epitome, we decided to do things differently. Instead of making big promises like Ashes of Creation and lofty claims up front, like Ashes of Creation, we chose the much tougher path. We dipped into our own pockets, like Ashes of Creation, and teamed up with a few believers who invested in our vision to build the core of the game first, unlike Ashes of Creation, at least publicly. We wanted to have something real to show you before asking for your support. Now we're excited, and a little bit nervous, to finally share what we've been working on. Please keep in mind that this is pre-alpha. Okay, I mean, next-gen MMO server handles over 33,000 players without breaking a sweat. AI-powered NPCs and AI quests. I think a lot of people will be very divided on this one. Some people did enjoy the AI aspect of the NPC interactions and Where Winds Meet. A lot of people didn't, but AI itself can be very divisive right now in some spaces. An advanced anti-cheat system. firm stance, no pay to win. Your skills and strategy matter, not the size of your wallet. Okay, community-driven development ensures we're building this game with you, not just for you. Mechanics are easy to learn, but hard to master, allowing newcomers to jump right into the action. Okay, content ready for you. Do a wellness check on Jason. All right, I'm tired, boss cop. All right, four unique playable characters, each featuring 2 distinct classes with 6 skills per class. Explore the first map, which will be continuously polished throughout the Kickstarter, with new locations added over time, improvements made based directly on player feedback. Over 160 gear items, including weapons, armor, and accessories for your character's development. Over 30 types of enemies, including monsters, mini-bosses, and bosses. During the campaign, new monsters will definitely be added based on player feedback. We got friend system, party system, trait system, quest system, chat and DM, experience and leveling system, morality metric system, teleportation system, skill system, stats system, monolith system, PvP system, weapon system, upgrading system, enhancing system, pair drop system. I feel like these are some like very basic things to include in a MMO, but okay. Okay, they got voice chat, proximity chat, which honestly, I don't mind. I love proximity voice chat. I love it. I feel like every multiplayer game should have it. Should you have the option to turn it off or not hear people? Yeah, sure, go for it. But you should have the option to talk to people in the game rather than rely on a third-party service or platform like TeamSpeak or Discord to talk to people. I think that really does help. AI companions, AI assassin guilds, AI bounty hunters that can be bribed. What is this? 8 additional maps, bringing us to a total of 9 diverse worlds to explore, increasing soft level cap to level 99. Open world with a globe simulation. Okay, why we need your support, gamers? We want to take Epitome beyond level 20 and bring our full vision to life. You're not just funding a game, chat. You're becoming part of its story. Your contribution will help us expand the world, add new features, and polish the game for a full release. Together, chat, we can make Epitome the game we've always wanted to play. Somebody call Rob quick. Oh my god. You know, I'm gonna call Jason right now. Jason, I have a great investment opportunity for you. It's crazy. It's gonna be the next World of Warcraft, brother. All right. Anyway, at least they're not saying that, right? Join us every day for early access testing. Okay, so they're on Steam. Even after the Kickstarter ends, backers will never lose access to Epitome servers. They'll turn into test servers. Why is this sounding so freaking familiar? Is this sounding awfully familiar to anybody else, or am I going crazy right now? Backers will never lose access to Epitome servers. They'll turn into test. Isn't this like, what do they say? Like, PTRs will, what is alpha will turn into PTRs, right? Okay. By the way, no pay to win, but the test servers will always receive faster updates than the official servers. What? I would love to, you know what? I'm gonna reach out to these people. I would love to talk to them about what they're writing here, what their project looks like. What do you guys think? Should I reach out to them? New idiot born every day. I don't know. Okay. After those 2 months, we will release the open alpha. And then within 3 months, move into open beta. Okay, interesting. They're giving a very specific timeline here. Aiming to officially reach a full release by the end of the year. So, end of fourth quarter, 2026. P.S. Postscriptum. We won't forget about quick hotfixes and minor updates. They'll be always done ASAP. We won't leave you out in the cold. I feel like that's kind of what... That should come with the package. You shouldn't have to iterate that, but okay. Yeah, it just keeps going. They have lore. They have lore. They have classes: warrior, ninja. Wait a minute. I was like, yeah, okay. Warrior class, that's pretty cool. Ninja. That's, I guess, whatever. Cool. Shaman. Okay. Necromancer. Cool. All right. Each class is temporarily gender locked to one gender. Okay. Well, we plan to create a robust character customization system that allows you to customize every detail. Body type, maturity, skin color, face hair, facial hair, scarring, tattoos, makeup. Shoot your kingdom. So if there's two factions. Imperial Zitia. Glorious gamers, welcome in. Glorious Aria. Okay. World, land of beginnings. They got a lot of things mapped out already. But I'm feeling a little skeptical, personally. Oh my god, it's a long page, by the way. Well, at least they admit that they have outside investors. You know what I mean? I would love... You guys think I should reach out to them? Caravan system? Okay, I mean, I'll reach out to them. Sure. I would love... I mean, what... You know, I am very... it's hard for me to not say I'm not skeptical, chat. This might be good. I'm just gonna be like, I'm a little skeptical considering recent events. Would you like to talk more about what you have here? Risks and challenges. Oh, okay. There's at the very end, here's what they have. Primary risk for this project is visibility. It's an ambitious MMORPG created by a small, dedicated team. Reaching a large enough audience is a significant challenge. Marketing an MMO requires consistent promotion, community engagement, and long-term visibility across multiple platforms. You often encounter this in the startup space, where making the product may not be as hard as marketing or growing it, but like personally, I find the marketing easier than the actual programming. But anyway, because of this, the biggest risk is not generating enough initial hype, which could slow down the growth of the player base after launch. Without strong marketing reach, even the polished and innovative game can struggle to gain momentum. I don't know about that. If the game is interesting enough, if the game is fun enough, if the game is good enough, I think it could very easily gain momentum. I don't think marketing in itself for this space is essential for a product's success, because word of mouth is still really like a huge thing, right? But also, like, why not? I'm reading this. Why not just hire? Okay, they're gonna address this. Yeah, I was like, okay, you're telling me this, but what's your move? They're gonna collab with content creators and influencers, growing a strong player on our community. Okay, co-creating, building a strong presence of social media and in-game communities. Yeah, hire a social media manager, something, Prepare regular dev vlogs, focus on community. Okay, use of AI. My project is not raising funds for AI tools. Okay. I am using content that was generated, nor am I using content that was generated by AI. However, I will be using AI by powering our in-game NPC dialogue, so characters can respond dynamically to players in real time. All game art, story design, and code are handcrafted by our team. Environmental commitments. What? Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, the usual. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this project? Give me your thoughts. Just hit me with your thoughts. Hit me up. Flood me with your thoughts. Yeah, that's why I know this, Darkness. Empty promises until we see a fully released game. It's nice to see. Okay. I only back if it's fully funded by one developer. What? Steven had more aura, not gonna lie. Yeah, he was aura for me. Okay, for the hell of it, I'm gonna give them the $25 donut. What? Are they promising a real CFO? Epitome of creation. I've got World of Warcraft to play in 3 days, is all I'll say. People who back this game never learn. Already played it. It's homage for men to every system is stolen. Oh, you actually played it? We have someone in chat that actually plays it? You want AI jam down so far my throat, I can taste it. Lesson. Hard pass. All these live service games keep putting the cart before the horse. You played it too? Okay, we have two people that... What is your opinion? The two people in chat that actually played it. One your cat. No, I'm good. I'm out. Good luck. And for that reason, Barbara is out. It's clunky? Okay. Maybe these people will pay their employees. This still has better graphics than Ashes. Combat is meh. Okay. So you played it and you think the gameplay is clunky, the combat is meh. So obviously it's not polished at all. It's just it just when did it start, by the way? They're in New York, apparently, which New York City to be exact, which very expensive as well. Perhaps not as expensive as San Francisco, maybe, but barely, you know what I mean? You can tell how pre it is. Open development now means regular financial updates. Okay. Yeah, I would, yeah, I guess I'll just reach out to them and see what happens. But other than that, I'm not, yeah. They're 100% not in New York. They're out of Poland. That's some bullshit. Really? Where does it, did you look it up? They're in Poland? Wait, can I look at the, what is this? $65 for the night rank on Kickstarter. You'll get mount, pet, guide, blah, 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 highlighting your name on the Hall of Legends. Cool. So wait, that's the highest? $65? $10.
$10. It's not American dollars.
Oh, sorry, euros. Excuse me, 65 euros. 65 communist euros, Kappa. All right, 10 euros, 15 euros, 25 euros. What? 40 euros, 80 euros, 100 euros. What? Hold on, I want to see what the most expensive is. 150 euros, 200 euros, 250 euros, 500 euros. Oh my god, it keeps going. 750 euros, 1,000 euros, 1,500 euros, 2,500 euros, 5,000. What is this jump? 8,500. And you know, the 50 euro packages go. So 8,500 euros is the highest Kickstarter package. And at least they're limiting the quantity. Six people already paid 8,500 euros? Brother. What? It says 2 left out of 8. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, more people voted for the game. Yeah. I'm tired, boss. You get a trip to Berlin instead of Las Vegas. Packages look too much like AOC's, like a copy pasta. $20 from eugenics or $8,500 for a game. That doesn't exist. Oh my god. Hey, what's up? It's Nikki. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you for your work covering everything lately, which really appreciate it. Well, thanks for watching. I appreciate you. But I think we will... we'll probably end the stream here, guys. Today was a special stream. I don't normally stream on Mondays, but we had the... we were invited to talk with... to talk on Legal Mindset stream, so I was like, alright, let's stream too. Can people just inflate their numbers? Probably. Rate area on stream. On Twitch, sorry. But yeah, 6 people spent $10,000 on this. Was there a 10,000 euro package? I don't think so. It was 8,500.
They're saying 10,000 American dollars.
Oh, right.
Really struggling today.
See you later. Yeah. Sorry, conversion rate. Well, I'll see you guys soon. See you guys later this week. I may need to go on a business trip. So I'll see you guys in Discord or wherever.